Silliman Journal Online System provides world-class standardization in publishing and indexing. It offers responsive reader front-end, flexible and configurable editorial workflow, online submission and management, email notification for readers, ready for indexing, discoverability, export tools, and integration with its scholarly publishing services such as Crossref, ORCID, and DOAJ or Directory of Open Access Journals. Optimized for search engine discovery such as Google, and comprehensive indexing of content, Google Analytics plugin for monitoring site traffic, and complete context-sensitive online help support. Like us on Facebook. The Dr. Mariano C. Lau Global Studies Center envisions to be a hub for creating new, globally oriented, inter-cross, multi-inter-transdisciplinary global studies and training in technology-enhanced modalities. Its mission is to offer students and lifelong learners opportunities to acquire skills through technology-driven, flexible learning methods, enabling them to stay relevant in both the workplace and society. The center has three goals. First is to offer stackable, online, and non-degree programs that facilitate knowledge acquisitions, skills development, master classes, and lifelong learning for both local and international learners. Second is to provide ICT-enabled teaching and learning strategies to other centers and institutes within the university, helping them extend and enhance their programs. Third, to establish a platform for technology-oriented research, community engagement, and service learning, which includes offering free computer education and forging partnerships with alumni, as well as international professional and research organization to enable global learning opportunities. As part of the supervision of the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Suleiman University Lao Global Study Center has 4 units to complement its vision, mission, goals, and its product and services. These are Non-Degree Programs Unit or NDP, Suleiman Online University Learning Unit or SOUL, Innovation, Creation, Invention, and Outreach Unit or ICIO, and Institutional Skills Assessment Unit or ISA. The Non-Degree Programs Unit is a core of our enterprise, provides a diverse range of courses encompassing various topics, durations, modalities, and approaches, featuring on-demand streaming and tutorial for flexible accessibility. Stackable online non-degree offerings such as short and crash courses, lectures, seminar, master classes for continuing education or recreational learnings. On-demand or streaming video topical content such as video recordings of the past Global Study Center offerings, including pre-recorded materials that can be accessed upon request. And tutorial and assistance services are available as part of the NDP programs, offering one-to-one guidance and support specifically tailored to technology-related topics and utilization assistance. The SOUL unit maintains its role in supporting technology-driven information quality assurance, including responsibilities like overseeing the administration of learning management system, enhancing user skills and engagement through upskilling, reskilling and retooling initiatives, managing network and hardware resources for teaching and learning, facilitating instructional systems development, curating open educational resources or OER, and handling other aspects of knowledge management systems. Additionally, Soul Unit provides support for the implementation of online academic programs as needed. The Innovation, Creation, Invention, and Outreach or ICIO unit continues in providing free computer education for diverse lifelong learners in the community, overseeing the coordination of the Silliman University Alumni Engagement Program and serving as a dedicated research facility for technology-focused research and development programs. It will maintain its role as technology-oriented training facility. ICIO unit offers flexible and hybrid computer laboratory, free computer education, technology research and capstone grant, free RISE assistance program, alumni engagement, and educational technology research collaborations. The Institutional Skills Assessment or ISA unit facilitates micro-credentialing and various forms of continuing professional development accreditation. Additionally, in partnership with other centers of the university, ISA unit facilitates any forms of skills evaluation and accreditation systems for learners seeking certification. ISA unit offers micro-credentialing system, CPD units, and skills assessments. Visit, like, follow, and engage with us on our online accounts or call local 418 and 417. We connect minds and navigate the future with knowledge and innovation towards global excellence. The Dr. Mariano C. Lau Global Studies Center envisions to be a hub for creating new, globally oriented, intercross, multi-inter-transdisciplinary global studies and training in technology-enhanced modalities. Its mission is to offer students and lifelong learners opportunities to acquire skills through technology-driven, flexible learning methods, enabling them to stay relevant in both the workplace and society. The center has three goals. First is to offer stackable, online, and non-degree programs that facilitate knowledge acquisitions, skills development, master classes, and lifelong learning for both local and international learners. Second is to provide ICT-enabled teaching and learning strategies to other centers and institutes within the university, helping them extend and enhance their programs. Third, to establish a platform for technology-oriented research, community engagement, and service learning, which includes offering free computer education and forging partnerships with alumni, as well as international professional and research organization to enable global learning opportunities. As part of the supervision of the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Silliman University Lao Global Study Center has four units to complement its vision, mission, goals, and its product and services. These are Non-Degree Programs Unit or NDP, Silliman Online University Learning Unit or SOUL, Innovation, Creation, Invention, and Outreach Unit or ICIO, and Institutional Skills Assessment Unit or ISA. The non-degree programs unit is the core of our enterprise, provides a diverse range of courses encompassing various topics, durations, modalities, and approaches, featuring on-demand streaming and tutorial for flexible accessibility. Stackable online non-degree offerings such as short and crash courses, lectures, seminar, master classes for continuing education or recreational learnings. On-demand or streaming video topical content such as video recordings of the past Global Study Center offerings, including pre-recorded materials that can be accessed upon request. And tutorial and assistance services are available as part of the NDP programs, offering one-to-one guidance and support specifically tailored to technology-related topics and utilization assistance. The Seoul unit maintains its role in supporting technology-driven information quality assurance, including responsibilities like overseeing the administration of learning management system, enhancing user skills and engagement through upskilling, reskilling, and retooling initiatives, managing network and hardware resources for teaching and learning, facilitating instructional systems development, curating open educational resources or OER, and handling other aspects of knowledge management systems. Additionally, Seoul Unit provides support for the implementation of online academic programs as needed. The Innovation, Creation, Invention, and Outreach or ICIO unit continues in providing free computer education for diverse lifelong learners and the community, overseeing the coordination of the Silliman University Alumni Engagement Program and serving as a dedicated research facility for technology-focused research and development programs. It will maintain its role as technology-oriented training facility. ICIO unit offers flexible and hybrid computer laboratory, free computer education, technology research and capstone ground, free RISE assistance program, alumni engagement, and educational technology research collaborations. The Institutional Skills Assessment or ISA unit facilitates micro-credentialing and various forms of continuing professional development accreditation. Additionally, in partnership with other centers of the university, ISA unit facilitates any forms of skills evaluation and accreditation systems for learners seeking certification. ISA unit offers micro-credentialing system, CPD units, and skills assessments. Visit, like, follow, and engage with us on our online accounts or call local 418 and 417. We connect minds and navigate the future with knowledge.
Before the webinar begins, kindly rename your Zoom name to your complete name and department or affiliation. This helps us identify participants and promotes a productive discussion. Please ensure that your microphone is muted when you are not speaking. This minimizes background noise and ensures a clear audio experience for all participants. If your internet connectivity allows, we encourage you to switch on your video. It helps create a more engaging and interactive webinar experience. However, this is optional based on your internet stability. Questions and discussions will be held after the main presentation. Please save your questions for the designated Q&A session. You can use the chat feature to type your questions during the talk. The session will be recorded for future reference. All recorded videos will be uploaded to and accessible on the Silliman Online University YouTube channel. By attending, you consent to being recorded. After the training session, we kindly request that you fill out and submit the evaluation form. Upon submitting the evaluation form, you will receive a certificate of attendance and/or participation via email. Please ensure your email address is correctly provided in the evaluation form. Your feedback is valuable and helps us improve our future webinars. Thank you for your cooperation and participation in our Zoom webinar. We look forward to a productive and engaging session.
Let's all bow down our heads to pray. Father God, who made the heavens and the earth, we come before thee with humble hearts, seeking your blessings for this event. We pray that you will guide us as we seek to fulfill our life's purpose, and that you will bless each and every one of us with the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that we need. We also ask for your blessings upon the individuals who have been tasked with sharing their knowledge and expertise with us during this seminar. May they be filled with your Holy Spirit, and may their words be inspired by you, so that we may all learn and grow together. We pray that today's event will be a fruitful one, and that it will bring about significant changes in our lives. May it be a time of learning, growth, and transformation as we seek to improve ourselves and our communities. May God's love and grace be with us all now and always. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. You may take your seats now. Good morning, everyone. I am Oriel Samantha, and I will be your host for this event. Now, to formally welcome each and every one of us, may I call on the Vice President for Academic Affairs and the President of ASCA Visayas, Dr. Earl G. Paul Payoka.
Mayong buntag, mayong aga. Pleasant day to everyone, and welcome to our campus by the sea. A special welcome to the officers of AXCO Visayas, very beautiful officers, and of course online, um, the members of the Association of Christian Schools, Colleges, and Universities, and of course also our invited colleges and universities. And of course, here, face to face, it's nice to see Dr. Mary Ann after a long while. Kumusta, Dr. Prosa? And of course, my colleagues. And anyway, they will all be introduced in a little while. Um, this is really a very, very important topic. And of course, as a segue, we will also be having our zonal meeting for AXCO Visayas later today during the breakout session. And so it is a pleasure to have you here for this important event that focuses on the advancement of education and the enhancement of skills through micro-credentialing, a buzzword not only here but internationally, as the knowledge sector and the educational landscape has changed throughout the years. We look forward to insightful discussions, collaborative learning, and the exchange of innovative ideas. And thank you for joining us. And we hope you will have a productive and enriching experience during the assembly and of course during the whole conference. It's really nice to welcome you to this. Uh, this is not the permanent home of the Mariano Global Study Center. You have seen that building when you enter Siliman towards your uh, right. Tama ba, Dave? Dr. Dave? Towards your right. Uh, this is really an act of generosity of our donor, and we continue to pray for his good health always, as almost every year. Dr. Dave is a very lucky guy. I always see pesos and pesos ready, ready on him. And that's why you have to think of innovative and ways to spend it, Dr. Dave. So, in behalf of our president, who is still up on leave, and in behalf of all of us in the civil community, I'd like to welcome Mayong pag-abot sa tanan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Coriobe. Thank you for that very warm welcome. So before we begin, I also would like to acknowledge the over 280 participants that we have, and that's 92 schools all over the Philippines. So a special acknowledgement also to our ASCO and AUDRN participating schools. Let's give each and every one of us a round of applause. So to give us the rationale and the overview of this seminar, may I call on the director of Mariano Lau Global Studies Center and the project leader of Micro-credential project, Dr. Dave E. Marshall.
My buntag, it's nice to see familiar faces in person, and most probably some of you attended also our online classes during the pandemic. From the network of the ACSEU and AUTRN, including the Philippine E-Learning Society. Good morning. I extend a warm welcome to each of you to this seminar on micro-credentialing, and we hope to navigate the future of professional development. It is also a pleasure to see such a diverse and distinct group gathered here today. As I mentioned, we have representatives from three different bodies, one from ACSEU, from the AUDRN Local Knowledge Network, and from the Philippine E-Learning Society, and of course, the community at large, both here in person and virtually, representing various institutions and fields of expertise. Before we delve into the content and discussions planned for today, I would like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed collaborators and sponsors who have made this seminar possible. First and foremost, I would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the United Board for Christian Higher Education Institution in Asia for their generous support and funding of our project entitled Design and Implementation of Micro-credentialing in the Philippines. Their commitment to advancing education and professional development in our country has been instrumental in bringing this seminar to fruition. I would like also to thank our collaborators, the Philippine E-Learning Society, the Asian Universities Digital Resource Network, Local Knowledge, AUTRN-LK, and the Association of Christian Schools, Colleges, and Universities in the Philippines for your invaluable contributions and partnerships in organizing this seminar. Further, I extend our gratitude to our industry sponsor at the back, Canvas, for their support and collaboration in showcasing the role of technology in micro credentialing. Later on, they will be exhibiting also their platform so that we can visualize what micro-credential and stackable courses are. As we embark on this journey together, allow me to provide you a brief overview of the rationale behind this seminar and what we aim to achieve over the course of our time together today. In today's rapidly evolving world, the landscape of education and professional development is undergoing a profound transformation. Probably, we always say we are so bombarded and drained with a lot of left and right training, upscaling, and retooling. Traditional models of learning and credentialing are being challenged by the need for agility, relevance, and lifelong learning. In response to this shift, micro-credentialing has emerged as a promising approach to address the dynamic needs of learners and the demands of the workforce. Micro-credentialing, as you may know, offer a flexible and targeted way of individuals to acquire specific skills and competencies in a shorter time frame compared to traditional degree programs. How many of you participated and registered in a full length time frame online courses and ended nothing because you have no time finishing the course? These credentials, often stackable and modular in nature, provide learners with tangible evidence of their knowledge and abilities, enhancing their employability and career advancement opportunities. Last December 4, 2023, last year, we launched the project with a call for partners and collaborators to journey with us at Siliman in establishing a micro-credential system among our networks. We are not experts. We need collaborations and partnerships to journey with us in this innovative initiative and strategy for quality education. Today is the second series of the activities that we will be organizing and is organizing in relation to the achievement of our goals to establish our own policies, guidelines, and innovations in credentials. The rationale behind organizing this seminar stems from our recognition of the growing importance of micro-credentialing in the higher education landscape, particularly in the context of professional development. As educators and leaders in academia, it is incumbent upon us to stay abreast of these developments and explore how can we leverage micro-credentials to better serve the needs of our students, our employers, and the stakeholders in general. Throughout this seminar, we will delve into the various aspects of micro-credentialing, from understanding its promises and potential to exploring its implementation in the academic. We invited experts to deliver and help us fully understand what micro-credentialing is. We invited Mr. Munchito Ibrahim, which will be introduced later, who will give promises of micro-credential and will kick off our seminar by exploring the promises and potential of micro-credentials in today's professional landscape. Dr. Joanne Serrano provided her video for us with insights on the definition and role of micro-credentials in a global context, setting the stage of our discussion. Dr. Peter C., our former colleague in the university and now in the UP Diliman, will delve into the specific implications of micro-credentials for the academic, drawing on his experience and expertise in educational intervention as member of the Micro Asia project funded by EU. We also have invited Semio Enotech, Dr. Juan Robert, Dr. Robbie, who will share his insights into future-proofing micro-credential programs, ensuring their relevance and sustainability in the long term. We will be also listening some video productions from the Commission on Higher Education, which unfortunately the team on micro-credential and the Philippine Qualification Framework will be in the Senate today for a hearing on micro-credentials and on the Philippine Qualification Framework policies and guidelines. We will end our seminar with a brief workshop with different breakout sessions. Participants will have the opportunity to engage in focused discussions and activities tailored to specific interests and organizations. We invited and we organized three breakout sessions in the afternoon, and this will be held in three rooms, physically and virtually. In the room one, the ACSEU Visayas will have a brief meeting, an election of officers, perhaps, to be moderated by no less than our Vice President for Academic Affairs and the President of ACSEU Visayas. Room 2, the Philippine E-Learning Society will organize the Visayas chapter, who happens to be our partner in the implementation of micro-credential. And this is to be moderated by our TBI manager, Janice Antoinette Forster, who happens to be the president of the Philippine E-Learning Society National. And in room 3, the micro-credential network. Yours truly will moderate on this, where we will be engaging in discussions and initiatives related to micro-credentialing and how to move forward to establish the network. Throughout this seminar, we will also have engaging workshops and activities, providing you with opportunities to apply the knowledge gained and engage in meaningful discussions with our peers. Caveat, I am not expert into micro-credentialing. I should learn with you. I have here my advisee in PhD, is also studying micro-credentialing, Engineer Cliff Estero, who will be with us also in Silliman to study more, to strengthen our understanding about micro-credentialing. In conclusion, I invite you to fully engage in the discussions and add together. Let us navigate the evolving landscape of professional development through micro-credentialing, empowering individuals, our learners, our students, and the institutions and the community at large to thrive in the knowledge economy of the 21st century, especially driven by generative AI or the artificial intelligence. Thank you, and I wish you all for a productive and enriching seminar.
Thank you, Dr. Gray. Now that we are aware of the rationale and overview of this seminar, let's begin. Micro-credentials offer a promising solution to the job skills mismatch problem, recognized globally by initiatives like Europe's Council recommendation and the OECD's Micro-credential implementation project. While industry involvement and recognition are crucial, micro-credentials, though not a silver bullet, are integral to upskilling efforts, such as the Digital Workforce Competitiveness Act, aiming to enhance workforce skills and employability. Let's hear some promises of micro-credentials from a former DICT Undersecretary on Outsourcing and currently the Vice President of the Analytics and AI Association of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Monchito Ibrahim. Oh, sorry. So, what time are we? Since, yes, we are ahead of time. He will start at 9:30. Let's proceed with the next one.
Knowledge lang, participants.
Okay, we have to read all of those. The 92 we've already acknowledged. I think there is still time to read all. Okay, the copy is downstairs. Do we have, can we share, anyone from downstairs, can we share our list of participants? We have again around 92 participating schools. So basically, we still have around 20 minutes. Or perhaps, since our technical team is still preparing for that, maybe in our online participants, maybe perhaps you can write in the chat box what school you come from. Okay, we have from Universidad de Manila. Can we pull up the chat box? Can we put so that we can recognize each and every one of them? Okay, from Bicol University. Uh, Holy Name University, Tagbilaran. Southern Philippines Methodist College Incorporated. Harris Memorial College. University of St. Louis Tugigaraw. Southern Christian College. Central Philippine University. Miriam College. Fortress College Incorporated. Colegio de Santo Tomas Recoletos. Temple Christian Academy, Kabangkalan Incorporated. Tayasan Institute of the IFI Incorporated. We have also from Suleiman, of course, Fortress College, College of Maasin, Fundamental Baptist Christian School Incorporated, Phil Almer Christian University, Trinity University of Asia, Eastern Visayas State University, Manila Adventist College, Bohol Island State University, Davao Central College, Southern Philippines Methodist College Incorporated, Northeastern Mindanao State University, Eastern Visayas State University, iLink CST, DMC College Foundation Incorporated, Wesleyan University, Philippines, Bohol Island State University main campus, Mapua Malayan Colleges, Mindanao, Davao Central College, Zamboanga Peninsula Polytechnic State University, Pangasinan State University Infanta Campus. We also have from Bicol University, Taguig City University, University of Batangas, Benguet State University, Center for Distance and Online Education, Manipal University, Jaipur, Nepal. Negros Occidental High School, University of Batangas. Pangasinan State University, Bayambang Campus. Benguet State University, Bukod Campus. ESL teacher at 51 Talk Philippines. PSU Bayambang. Eastern Visayas State University. University of the Visayas. Benguet State University, Bukod Campus. Bohol Island State University, Clarin. University of the Cordilleras. Davao Central College. Fortress College Incorporated. ISPST. Cebu Technological University. Cebu Normal University. University of the Visayas. University of Perpetual Health System, Delta. Ilocos Sur Polytechnic State College. Southern Christian College. Pangasinan State University. Biliran Province State University. Bicol University, Open University. Caraga State University. Trinity University of Asia. Santa Teresa College. Cebu Technological University. Dumanhag Extension. J.H. Cerieles State College. J.H. And the main campus as well. Southern Christian College. Aklan State University. Bohol Island State University, Calape Campus. Philippine State College of Aeronautics. Zamboanga Peninsula Polytechnic State University. We also have University of Makati, Cantalina Elementary School, Taoist Elementary School, USI, Baisa Adventist Academy, Biliran Province State University, Central Mindanao Colleges, Bicol University, Open University, St. Rita's College of Balingasag, St. Louis University, Liberation Institute Incorporated, King's College of the Philippines, St. Mary's University, San Mateo Integrated School, University of Santo Tomas, University of the Philippines, ATI RTC Mimaropa, Lyceum of the Philippine University, LPU Batangas, John B. Lacson Foundation Maritime University Incorporated, FEATI University Manila, Foundation University, Southeastern College of Padada Incorporated, Colegio de la Ciudad de Tayabas, Southern Philippines Methodist Colleges Incorporated, Negros Oriental State University, Benguet State University, Holy Name University, Zamboanga Peninsula Polytechnic University, Cagayan State University, Holy Name University, Tagbilaran City, Ateneo de Zamboanga University, Dr. Carlos S. Lantin College, Universidad de Manila, Harris Memorial College, University of Batangas, Holy Angel University, Philippine Science High School, one last page, St. Paul University Dumaguete, St. Michael's College of Laguna, Ilocos Sur Polytechnic State College, Siquijor State College, Tagbilaran City College, Tagum College, and Norsu Mabinay Campus. We still have time to spare since we are going to start at exactly 9:30. So we will start with our second presenter. So let's explore the concept of micro-credentialing and its significance further. We'll watch a video presentation on the definition and role of micro-credentials in the global landscape by Dr. Joanne Serrano, the Dean of the Faculty of Management and Development Studies at the University of the Philippines Open University.
Now, let me begin this pre-conference session by sharing the definition and characteristics of a micro-credential. So in the first part of this pre-conference, we will try to come up with a somewhat harmonized definition of micro-credentials. We should also be able to understand the role of micro-credentials in the global educational landscape, as well as how it applies to specific courses or programs in your university. So, but before we go to the definition of micro-credentials, let me just highlight that based on the 2023 EDUCAUSE Horizon Report Teaching and Learning Edition, micro-credentials is one of the 6 key technologies and practices that will have a significant impact on the future of post-secondary teaching and learning. It is important to point out that the topics of micro-credentials and the demand for learning relevant to the workplace have actually appeared in the Horizon Report for a number of years, and it may be reaching a tipping point in terms of maturity and momentum. So now, for the other 5 technology and practices, we have AI-enabled applications for predictive personal learning. You have heard in the video earlier about generative AI. The blurring of boundaries between learning modalities. There's HiFlex. And of course, supporting students' sense of belongingness and connectedness. We all know that the potential for artificial intelligence to become mainstream is growing. And one of the conference here in the TriCon, which will start tomorrow, which we're also organizing, focuses on education and AI convergence. And we also see the blurring of boundaries between learning modalities. And we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has become the catalyst for this. So in UP, all across the UP system, and of course other higher education institutions in the Philippines and across the globe, educational delivery formats are no longer strictly online or face-to-face. There's also a continued focus on learning modalities with increasing demand for flexibility from students. So students enrolled in the course can participate on-site, synchronously online, or asynchronously online based on preference of the students and the teachers. Now, this report also noted that running across these trends are ongoing issues related to climate change, political extremism and polarization, the ongoing rise of nationalism and other societal issues, all of which increasingly impact our daily lives. And one way for micro-credentials to help address these issues is to integrate all of these issues into the content as well as operations, such as reducing our carbon footprint and digital footprint. Now, micro-credentialing is not really something new. For decades, vocational schools have offered what could now be called micro-credentials. So these are in areas such as electrical plumbing, auto repair, and other technical skills. But the interest on micro-credential come and go depending on need and demand. And the hype over this practice somehow died down due to the lack of successful use cases. But the COVID-19 pandemic has ushered in a renewed interest in micro-credentialing. So in the global education landscape, micro-credentials is part of the transformation in higher education because of the rising demand for graduate outcomes that first support lifelong learning, that is dynamic and agile, refresh the current curricula, and engage the stakeholders such as the industry, the sector, employees, etc. And the increasing interest in micro-credentials can be summed up in the following reasons. There is a need for fast and flexible solution to upskill and reskill various sectors. We have seen in various reports after the pandemic or during the pandemic, we are now seeing job titles which we have not even heard of before. So that's basically one of the major reasons to upskill and reskill the industry and the sectors. And of course, countries are faced with new economic challenges. Employers are more concerned about skills and competencies. There is lack of job opportunities for traditional job opening, and there is a need for industry-aligned skills and competencies, as well as the need for employment advancements and mobility in the career path. Now let us go back to the harmonization of the definition of micro-credentials. So micro-credentials is a form of professional qualification awarded as a result of such learning experiences. The MOOC platforms were among the first educational providers who reacted to the demand of labor markets for flexible upskilling or reskilling opportunities and educational trajectories. So they are offering their own micro-credentials under different names. So you probably have heard of professional certificate, bachelor or micro-bachelor or micro-master in edX, professional certificate or specializations in Coursera, nano degree in Udacity, or simply micro-credentials in Future Learn. So there was a first attempt to homogenize the meaning of micro-credentials, in particular those granted by MOOC providers, which came from the European MOOC Consortium, composed of the MOOC initiatives Future Learn, FAN, and Myriadia X. But at the same time, traditional education stakeholders, including universities and vocational education training providers, are actively entering this era. So in the past years, there is no universally recognized definition of micro-credentials. Policymakers, scholars, and educators have produced their own definitions and tried to advance scholarship in the area. But somehow, the increasing interest in micro-credentials has actually caused more confusion by adding another layer or element in the definition, thus causing a more varied interpretation of what micro-credentials is. So other challenges include determining whether micro-credentials complement or replace qualifications or both, the wide array of providers of micro-credentials, such as there's of course the traditional ones, the universities, but we now have independent credentialing agencies. We have leaders of national qualification reference frameworks. We have policy think tanks and international government organizations and country policymakers. And of course, the need for robust quality assurance and the challenge of regulation. And there's also the lack of research and convincing evidence of successful use cases of micro-credentials. And of course, the risk of unintended consequences if funding is diverted away from formal systems. We all know that across the globe, there is heavy funding provided to the traditional and formal educational system, and educational institutions are raising the alarm that this will be disrupted if funding will be shifted to micro-credentials, considering that this field involves many players and not just the traditional education providers anymore. So let's take a look at the definitions available in the literature. These are basically from EU and UNESCO. So if you will look at the definition from EU, this includes the record of learning outcomes that a learner has acquired following a small volume learning. Learning outcomes will have been assessed against transparent and clearly defined criteria. Learning experiences leading to micro-credentials are designed to provide the learners with specific knowledge, skills, and competencies that respond to societal, personal, cultural, or labor market needs. Micro-credentials are owned by the learner, can be shared, and are portable. They may be standalone or combined into large credentials. They are underpinned by quality assurance following agreed standards in the relevant sector or area of activity. And if you will look at the definition by UNESCO, micro-credentials are focused, also similar to that of EU, on a specific set of learning outcomes in a narrow field of learning achieved over a shorter period of time. And micro-credentials are offered by commercial entities, private providers, and professional bodies, traditional education and training providers, community organizations, and other types of organizations. And it is a record of focused learning achievement, verifying what the learner knows, understands, or can do, includes assessment, again, just like with EU, based on clearly defined standards, and is awarded by a trusted provider, has standalone value, and may also contribute to or complement other micro-credentials or macro-credentials, including recognition of prior learning. And if you will look at both definition, also highlights the need for quality assurance. So in summary, micro-credentials is a record of focused learning achievement, verifying what the learners knows, understand, and or can do. It includes assessment based on clearly defined standards and is awarded by a competent organization, has standalone value and may also contribute to or complement other micro-credentials or macro-credentials, including through recognition of prior learning. So sometimes they're called micro degree or nano degree. They are certified documents that provide recognized proof of the achievement of learning outcome. So these are from shorter, less duration educational or training activities. And their focus is on the validation of competency-based skills, outcomes, or knowledge using transparent standards and reliable assessments, which enhance graduates' employability prospects. And a micro-credential can be accepted for credit by an institution or organization or be an attestation for employers. And it attests to specific knowledge or skills, competencies with defined learning outcomes and may or not be stacked towards larger units or accreditation. So as you can see, a micro-credential can be a standalone or it can be stackable. Now, just to highlight and sum up what I've just presented, the what of micro-credentials, these are compared to traditional degree program, micro-credentials are smaller in volume, in terms of study duration or in terms of study load. They are more targeted in terms of skills or study topics, and they are more flexible in delivery. And of course, the why. Different offerings have distinct but often overlapping purposes. So it can be for educational advancement, as I've mentioned, it can be employment and wage advancement for reskilling and upskilling, and it can be just for enjoyment and personal growth. And just to show you the characteristics of micro-credential, here, they're targeted, they're rapid, flexible, stackable, the learning outcomes are assessed, there's an external assurance of program or provider, it's portable, there's study load expressed in credit, and located within the National Qualifications Framework. The employer role in credential or designer approval is important. There's a wage and occupation reporting and self-sovereign digital identity. So that actually ends my presentation about harmonizing the definition of micro-credentials.
Now that Dr. Serrano has provided us with a foundation and understanding of micro-credentials, let's hear some promises of micro-credentials from the Vice President of the Analytics and AI Association of the Philippines, Mr. Manchito Ibrahim.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Let me just share my my screen.
Good morning. We can
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Sir Ibrahim, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Can you see my my slides?
Yes.
Hold on, I'm just fixing something. Anyway, good morning, everyone. May buntag sa ating tanan. And thank you so much to my very good friend, Dr. Dave Marshall, for the invitation. And but I will probably have to rush the presentation because I have another very equally important meeting to attend to after this. Okay, so let me tell you a bit about what I know about micro-credentials. I joined the information technology industry in the Philippines in 1975, most probably before most of you were even born yet. And at that time, we actually didn't have programs, university programs such as computer science, IT, and IES. I'm actually a pre-med graduate. So the path that I actually took to be able to make myself skilled in information technology is through micro-credentials. And as of today, I think I have about more than 40 plus. That's actually coming from micro-credentials from organizations such as CompTIA, even vendor-led micro-credentials. But most of these in the last 5 years were basically with Udacity, LinkedIn, Coursera, and other service providers. So let me tell you about a bit about myself. Last June of last year, I was actually appointed by the president as an executive member representing the private sector in the National Innovation Council, which he chairs. Okay, I retired as Undersecretary of the Department of Information Communication Technology in 2019 after having served the government for 13 years. And prior to that, I had almost 40 plus years working in the private sector for companies such as NCR, Fujitsu, and Complex in Germany, and Unisys in Australia. Today, I'm the Vice President and Trustee, a member of the Board of Trustees of the Analytics and Artificial Intelligence Association of the Philippines. I'm the lead convener of the Alliance of Tech Innovators for the Nation, which is actually a lobby group composed of most of the platform companies that we have today in the Philippines, such as Shopee, Lazada, Grab, ByteDance or TikTok. Okay, and we basically help the government come up with the relevant policies to govern the digital economy in the country. I'm also the vice president of the UP System Information Technology Foundation, a member for the last 13 years of the Commission on Higher Education Technical Panel for IT Education. Um, I also write, I have a weekly column every Tuesday that comes out every Tuesday in the Manila Bulletin, Tech for Ed, Tech for Good, and a member of the Internet Society Philippine chapter. And today also working for the US aid, better access and connectivity activity in the Philippines as a consultant. So that's me, but practically I'm semi-retired. I teach, I still teach, but not, not on a full load basis. Okay, micro-credentials and the evolving, hold on, I'd like to actually was this, micro-credentials and the evolving world of work. Today, most companies, in the last, that was this survey that I actually went through in the Philippines, okay, more than 40% of the tech companies, we're basically talking of the tech companies, are employing non-college degree holders, okay? So most of them are either senior high school or have reached several years in their college undergrad or undergrad level. But what is amazing is the fact that companies have opened up in accepting non-degree college degree holders in their workforce. And so what are they looking for? Most of them, I think in the next 5 years, there will be more than 50% of the employers will actually already start accepting non-degree holders. And the reason is because of the evolving world of work, and it's the very, very fast evolution of process of technology and how it is impacting the kind of work that we do. Okay, they're now looking for skills, and the way that an applicant can actually show competence in a specific skill is through micro-credentials, okay? Either they actually enrolled in physical workshops, or they have undergone programs in platforms such as Coursera and LinkedIn. So, and this is going to be the emerging direction for most of the jobs, because of, like I said, the impact of technology on the kind of job and how we do jobs are actually being done today. In 2020, the World Economic Forum came out with a report saying that the future of work is going to be very, very different from what we see work is today. Okay, and they were saying that the impact of technology will be very, very disruptive in the way we do our jobs, and because of that, even in the way we actually educate our workforce. Okay, and the report says that technology has disrupted the way we produce the right skills and competencies. And we're slowly seeing or fast seeing that what actually worked before does not seem to work today as far as our production of the skills that are actually relevant to the emerging workplace. And this is where our organization, the Analytics and the AI Association of the Philippines, is very, very much focused on today, ensuring working with the other organizations such as the IT and the Business Process Management Association of the Philippines, CHED, TESDA, the Department of ICT, and the Department of Education, in actually trying to find ways to upskill and future-proof our workforce, Filipino workforce. Okay, if not, we believe that the prognosis of many experts that a lot of these jobs today that we see today being done by Filipinos will actually be replaced by automation. Now, in some of the ways that technology will impact work as we know it today is how the work is done, okay? I think the most impactful disruptive technology that we're seeing that's going to change how work is done is artificial intelligence, okay? And the way we look at our association or AAP look at AI is, you know, it's just like toothpaste that is out of the tube. You cannot anymore put it back. So whether we like it or not, we will have to live with it, okay? However, we just need to manage how it is actually going to, the pace and how it is actually going to change not just the way we work and we do things, but basically our life. So our intention is to ensure that our workforce will actually be able to work with the emerging AI tools, okay? Remember, our belief is that AI will basically not replace all the humans doing the work today, but those humans will actually be replaced by another set of humans who are capable of using AI to for better productivity, for more efficiency, and doing things faster. Even though, even where and when the work is done, technology is also fast changing that because work today doesn't sleep. Okay, what is being done by your colleagues in the U.S. Okay, as we speak right now, you will have to actually continue working on it 12 hours ahead of them, so that after you're done, okay, the work is then passed on to them again. Okay, so work doesn't sleep, and where the work is done, most of the companies today have implemented hybrid work arrangements, or some of them even 100% work from home, and that is capacitated by the fact that technology is ubiquitous, and it is everywhere. Who does the work? Yes, if you have the skills with you, you can actually take on any job as a full-time employee or even a gig worker or freelancers. Okay, and that's the reason why even when I was with DICT, one of the projects that I had actually was the rural impact sourcing, so we can actually capacitate the workers in far-flung places like in Surigao or even in Marawi, to actually be able to accept and do work for even global corporation. What are the benefits of micro-credentials? Okay, I think this was articulated, excellently articulated by the previous speaker. Micro-credentials is the fastest way to actually for somebody to be able to gain knowledge and skills. Okay, And it also helped address the skills gaps because for companies, providers like Coursera, LinkedIn, okay, they are very, very much was this, link with the industry so much so that they actually have a very good understanding of what skills are needed was this by the industry at any given time. Okay, so micro credentials will help definitely help address the skills gaps. It's been there for ages, even when I was still young. We already have skills gaps in the country, and the sad thing is that okay, it actually connotes something that our academic partners are not actually doing a good job at ensuring that we have the right skills in place as we need them. Okay, but we're trying to actually prove that by working together, academe, even government and the industry, we can actually help address these skills gaps. And one way is through micro-credentialing. It is adaptable, new emerging needs of the industry will easily be addressed by micro-credentials as compared to formal degree programs. If I may just share with you the life cycle of changes in the CHED memorandum order for new programs and amended programs, it usually would take us in our technical panel at least 2 years to be able to do that. Better opportunities. This is very much applicable to workers or shifters, career shifters. Okay, if I see an emerging need there, for example, a very very good example is actually in analytics. Okay, anyone can actually just go through micro credentialing to gain the needed skills for me to be able to enter the data analytics field. And however, this micro credentials have to be certified, and it has to be something that's actually given by a recognized institution. It is accessible, doing micro-credentialing studies can be done even while somebody is actually working or employed. Okay, it's very, very focused. Like I just did one micro-credentials on a higher level was this cybersecurity skills development. And it was very, very focused on a specific subject related to related to the skills that I wanted to actually develop in myself. Okay, very, very focused. Employability that would improve the employability of everyone because the breadth of skills that they now have would actually be very, very is going to be wider. Stackable credentials, this has been discussed by our previous speaker. Okay, what is important here is actually the recognition or the crediting of the field of the area of study that has actually been certified for somebody. Lifelong learning mindset, and this is I think the most important thing here. Okay, micro credentialing is encouraging everyone to develop that lifelong learning mindset. All the skills, I think 90% of the skills that I have today, it's because of my thirst for learning. Okay, and we need to encourage our young people to also develop this lifelong learning mindset, because that is going to be the key to their being future proof. Almost a year ago, I actually I talked about the subject of micro credentials in my Manila Bulletin column, and the basic was this message of that column is that micro-credentials today are increasingly promoted as a new and more flexible way of recognizing knowledge, skills, and competencies. It also shows recruiters how a candidate appreciates lifelong learning as a way of developing skills and competencies. That is why most employers today pay higher attention to micro-credentials. By the way, my column, like I said, comes out every Tuesday in the Manila Bulletin. Okay. Micro-credentials and lifelong learning. I personally believe that the key to future-proofing ourselves and our future workforce is through lifelong learning. We don't know 5 years from now how work is going to look like. We don't know 10 years from now what skills will actually be needed out there in the real world, okay? And the only way we can actually prepare for that is by by developing that thirst, okay, for lifelong learning. We need to continue learning, okay? And I think despite the fact that I have retired, okay, I believe I still find myself was this relevant today in this in the tech sector because of all the things that I have learned along the way. You know, learning by experience or learning through micro-credentialing. There are new developments in the Philippines today, basically a couple of developments. It's going to be very, very important to everyone, okay? The first is the passage of Republic Act 11927, which is the Digital Workforce Competitiveness Act of 2022, okay? And this new law, and implementing rules and regulations have actually been approved last October, I believe, mandates the implementation of upskilling initiatives and programs in all levels of Filipino workers, whether you're just a senior high up to postgraduate, post-degree graduates, okay. The country, and that's going to be led by the government, will actually mandate the continuing upskilling of our workforce on digital skills, okay. And during the last the technical panel meeting that we've had last week, CHED has released the new memorandum circular mandating the implementation of this new law. And the second development, and this is going to be very, very important to everyone. CHED has been waiting for this. TESDA has been waiting for this. Even DepEd for the senior high level has been waiting for this. Okay. How do I put this? Okay. Finally, industry is standing up and telling everyone, okay, we cannot wait for you anymore to solve our problem of not having the right pool of skilled workers that we need, okay? So this time, we will actually define all the skills, and you, talking of the schools, CHED, TESDA, okay, you create the program that is actually going to produce the skills that we have here. I'm talking about the Philippine Skills Framework, okay, and for those of you who are IT related, where the Analytics and AI Association of the Philippines will actually be launching this Philippine Skills Framework for Analytics and AI first week of March, and this is going to be launched. The launch will be led by the president himself, and most of his cabinet secretaries, most probably, Chairman Popoy was the Vera of CHED, TESDA, DepEd, DICT, DTI, who is actually the lead agency doing this, as well as private sector organizations such as the Philippine Business for Education, Cocopeya, even was this your national organization of colleges and universities. Okay. And after this, the one for software development will be released. And there's also the one for healthcare information management skills, a separate one for contact center, and a separate one for global in-house centers focused mainly on knowledge process outsourcing. Okay. Natapos na yung the one for games development and animation. They're done, and they're actually they have been launched by the Department of Trade and Industry. So most of the new things that we will actually be doing in the technical panel of CHED will be based on this skills framework. And this is actually going to be cascaded to all the HEIs, or the higher education institutions. Okay, so we're so excited about this. Finally, the industry is coming up with their own definition of roles, definition of jobs, the skills that they need. Okay, and this is also going to be very, very helpful for the recruiters. And that's the reason why the People's Management Association of the Philippines is closely working with us. Now, what is going to be the impact of this? We have the Philippine Qualifications Framework, okay? And now we have the Philippine Skills Framework. This is basically, trying to ensure that our workforce is going to be future-proof, because most of this, the educational and training development work that will have to be done will actually be focused on producing the right skills that the industry need. Okay. Today, like I said, the industry doesn't mind if you're not a college degree. If you have the right skills, they're going to actually hire you. And one very, very good example of area where we badly need skills is in the emerging AI landscape, as well as in data science and data analytics. And cybersecurity as well. It's not just tens of thousands, my colleagues. It's actually hundreds of thousands of unfilled positions, because we cannot find the right people with the skills that are needed to fill up those roles. So these are the two new exciting developments that we have in the country today. Okay, so micro-credentials, what is it for the higher educational, higher educational institutions? Okay, well, first, it will enhance the competitiveness and relevance of these institutions. Okay, if you just keep on producing the traditional degrees, at some point, and I think we're seeing this, an emerging trend that fewer senior high graduates are actually entering higher education. I think by being able to offer micro-credential courses and workshop will enhance the relevance, greatly enhance the relevance of these institutions, your institutions, in the current work landscape. Okay, it is going beyond traditional degree programs. Okay, and this is also going to make sure that most of the teachers that we have today will have to also have themselves certified, or will need to have all the micro credentials that would tell everyone that the skills that you're actually going to be teaching are actually relevant to the needs of the industry. It's going to cater to a broader audience. So even for career shifters, like I said, a lot of process of career shifters are actually was this looking for micro credentialing or was this micro micro skills development was this programs. Okay, and fourth, this is going to add a fresh revenue stream for the schools, of course. Okay, and this is very, very important. Alumni was this engagement. By offering this to your alumni, this is actually going to ensure that their engagement with their was this with their school will actually continue even after they have graduated. And we're seeing a lot of was this of schools right now where their alumni association are working with the school to actually create micro-credential courses. Okay. Alignment with the industry trends, I don't have to articulate this some more. I've actually discussed this a while ago. Lifelong learning support by being able to offer short courses or micro-credential courses. You're actually trying to encourage everyone to take on that lifelong learning mindset. Collaboration and partnership, I know most of you have started to work with national organizations like IBPAP or even the Philippine Software Industry Associations. Okay, um, you can actually this will open up a lot of opportunities for schools, just like what your institutions are actually able to develop with was this way by collaborating with this industry organization. And lastly, you're basically helping future-proof our workforce, okay, on a fast, quick way, as mentioned earlier. And with that, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity, and I'd like to leave you with a quote from John Dewey. If we teach today as we taught yesterday, we rob our children of tomorrow. Maraming salamat. Daghang kayong salamat sa inyong tanan.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. Indeed, industry recognition is essential for the success of micro-credentials, highlighting the need for industry involvement in their design and creation. Ultimately, the effectiveness of micro-credentials is determined by their impact on workforce integration into industries. Thank you so much for the very insightful discussion, Dr. Ibrahim. Uh, Now, let's give the certificate of recognition to our speaker. Can we project our certificate, please? Just a moment, please. Before anything else, we'll be having a little break afterward. Maybe perhaps you can scan the Canvas attendance. We have a QR code outside. Maybe perhaps they will be giving us some of their merch. So do we have our certificate?
While waiting for the certificate, I would like to thank Sir Mon. He's really a very busy guy, retired but not tired. Thank you, Sir Mon. I know you have a meeting at the Malacanang, and I know what's the topic of discussion also because some of our colleagues in CHED begged off to be a speaker because of that engagement. Daghang salamat, Sir Mon. I hope makabisita ka balik sa Dumaguete. Naka-mute, naka-unmute, naka-unmute.
Unmute, sir, please.
Naka-mute siya.
Daghang salamat sa Dave, and my apologies for actually leaving the meeting, your meeting. Kay mag-ilis pa ko, magbarong pa ko, kay Malacanang ma-meeting ako.
Thank you, thank you.
You are indeed very busy. We will be emailing to you your certificate. Thank you
Sige,
so
okay
much.
lang, okay na, sige, sige. Thank you so much, everyone, and enjoy the rest of of your webinar. And daghang kay salamat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the certificate, guys.
Oh, here we are. Let me read the certificate of recognition. So this certificate is awarded to Mr. Monchito Ibrahim, the Vice President of Analytics and AI Association of the Philippines, for being the speaker on the topic, the promises of micro-credentials, during the seminar on micro-credentialing. This seminar is part of the project Design and Implementation of Micro-credentialing in Higher Education in the Philippines, led by Silman University through the Global Studies Center funded by the United Board for Christian Higher Education in Asia. Given this 8th day of February 2024, signed Dave E. Marshall, Director, Dr. Mariano Silao, Global Studies Center, Silman University, Philippines. Let's give Sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we'll have a 15-minute health break. And again, please scan our Canvas attendance just right outside. If you want to take a toilet break, we have a washroom here at the back of this room and then downstairs. And we also have coffee prepared for you downstairs and some finger food. We'll see you in 15 minutes. That will be exactly 10:45. More than 15 minutes then. Okay, everyone. See you at 10:45.
Krutsay, ang sakayanon nagtawag sa hangin. Krutsay, kunan kalantap sa dagat magsakit. Kalaay gayon, kapukaan sa gaud, ug kainit nga daw mamahit. Midagom na kapit sa atong habagatan, pagbantay-pantay mga kauban, ang timbangan dili pagtiyaan. Ayaw baya kalimot nga, di kalisangan kining hangina, mugi si salayag mo ko ba sa atong sakyan. Timbang kamo, hinubig kamo, dagan nga to, dagan nga rin. Huway labing pait, ingon sa kinabuhing sakayanon. Nipukuan, gisawid nga walay pulo pasilong. Ni apay katugnaw, ug kagutong pagayot intawon. Giantos ang tanan, kay gimbutan sa kapalaran. Ayaw baya kalimot nga, di kalisangan kining hangina, mugi si salayag kogo pa sa atong sakayan. Midagom na, dapi sa atong habagatan, pagbantay-bantay mga kauban, ang timbangan dili pagtiyaan. Ayaw baya kalimot nga, di kalisangan kining hangina, mugi si salayag kogo ba sa atong sakayan. Mugi si salayag mogo ba sa atong sakayan.
Matayog ang lipad ng saranggola ni Pepe, matayog ang pangarap ng matandang bingi. Umihip ang hangin, nawala sa paningin, sigaw ng kahapon, nilamon ng alon. Malabo ang tunog ng kampanilya ni Padre, maingay ang taginting rosaryo ng babae. Nay, 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 nay. Matayog ang lipad ng saranggola ni Pepe, matayog ang pangarap ng matandang bingi. Hinuli ang ibon, pinagsuot ng pantalong, tinali ng pisi, hindi na nagsinturong. Dumaan ang jeepney at gumuhit pa sa kalye, mauling ang iniwan, hindi na tinabi. Nay, 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 matayog ang lipad ng saranggola ni Pepe, matayog ang pangarap ng matandang bingi. Pinilit umawit ang naglaro'y isang ingit, lumuha ang langit at ang mundo ay nanliit. Kumakaway sa bakod ang anghel na nakatanod, sumusuway sa utos, puso'y sinusunod. Nay, 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 nay.
place where a dying river rests. No birds dare fly over Paraiso. No space allows them to endure the smoke that screams the air, the grass that's never there.
And if I could see a single bird, what a joy! I try to write some words and create a simple song to be heard by the rest of the world.
I lived in this land called Paraiso, in a house made of hardwood floors and walls. I learned to be free in Paraiso, free to claim anything I see. Matching rags for my clothes, plastic bags for the cold.
And if empty cans were all I have, what a joy! I'd never try to take someone else's coins and live with fear like the rest of the boys.
Paraiso, help me make a stand. Paraiso, take me by the hand. Paraiso, make the world understand.
And if I could see a single bird, what a joy! This tired and hungry land could expect some truth and hope and respect from the rest of the world.
kong makaluwarang kakaibang damdamin kahit minsan man lang. Habang ako ay may buhay, wala nang mawaring pangkulay. Nais ko, nais ko, nais ko maulit ang buhay kung may pagkakataon.
Okay, so let's prepare ourselves for our next speaker. So since Dr. Serrano has provided us with a foundational understanding of micro-credentials, many of us are eager to explore how we can implement them in our schools. To delve deeper into this topic, we'll watch another video presentation on micro-credentials and the academe, delivered by Dr. Peter C., Associate Professor at UP Diliman and UP Project Director of Micro-CASA, an EU-funded project focusing on micro-credentials for lifelong learning and employability in Southern Asian universities.
I'm coming in from my work as well with the development the national framework for AI as consultant. That's the second document. It's a living document. I hope you contribute. As late as last week, I've been dialoguing with industry, government agencies, AI programs. The university has an AI program, so there's an ongoing dialogue there as well with colleagues. So I hope you'll check out these documents. No? So we pick AI for a specific use case. There are so many use cases for micro-credentials, but I pick AI partly for selfish reasons. The other is that there's really a big push for the university for AI and even for the national government. So you see a tremendous amount of resources being devoted on this endeavor and this initiative. So I also checked out the Southeast Asian countries. It seems like we are similarly situated, but they probably have more resources than us, no? Say Thailand and Malaysia, for instance, and even Indonesia for that matter. So why micro-credentials for AI? There's a case for specialized AI capabilities that cannot just be catered by the university by default. As you can see, AI is a very fast-moving discipline. Many of the papers published, influential papers published in AI, are not even published in peer-reviewed journals and recognized journals. They remain in arXiv, for instance. One of the papers there, for instance, one of my favorite papers would be "Attention is All We Need," which is a 2017 paper. It doesn't, get to the formal academic process, but it's very influential already. So many other models, publication studies are, so we need specialized AI capabilities being developed as well in the university. Rapid skills acquisition, there's talking to industry, the frustration they express because there's not much uptake of people. For those who are always in constant, who are always in dialogue with industry, they'll tell you from behind public discourse, and that is basically 1 year of work of a fresh graduate is close to non-productive because they need about 6 months to 1 year to train the fresh graduate. So there's a huge gap between academic training. So with AI, you need really rapid skills acquisition, and that is not necessarily provided for by the university. Flexibility and customization, as mentioned already earlier on, but this is a different kind of flexibility. It's hyper flexibility actually we're talking about. It's not just the usual flexibility that we also afford. We also train our college students for. Continuous learning, as I said, AI is a fast-moving target. We're right now dealing with large language models. With that comes with certain very expensive GPU clusters, which are unaffordable to universities. But the less than large language, the middle sized language models, the smaller ones, even the models that can be run on Raspberry Pis, this one would really require a lot of continuing education as well, because that's not necessarily offered in the curriculum. In AI security, for instance, when you want to guard your model, you cannot have a PhD in security who graduated 5 years ago and still be dealing with security for AI right now, because it's a different ball game altogether. You would want someone from the practice who are really already doing AI, as opposed to from the university. As a matter of fact, the university is a bad place for that kind of sourcing of talent. No, if you want that kind of skill set. Industry alignment. This is a major direction for many university, for many industries. For instance, you see signaling from for Union Bank. I'm not promoting Union Bank, but they have decided that somehow it's going to be the focal thing for the bank, and even Ayala corporations, the big names in the Philippines would have big AI push for obvious reasons. No, recognition and credentialing, something that is not easily coming from the university. So you would want some mechanisms in parallel to the university. The last one is already taken up, so I will just push further. You have a contrast between micro-credential and academic degrees, and I see this as complementation rather than competition. You can look at duration, the focus, curriculum, and depth of knowledge. The focus there, of course, for shorter duration. Academe would take too long to train people, 4 years. But as we discussed in our how-to session, for instance, earlier with the chancellor, we see, for instance, that there are many skill set already that our labs, our universities have already been developing, that can already be assessed for micro-credentials, even without the formal study. For instance, many in the labs in my university, for instance, those are taking physics, chemistry, bio to some extent, comsci, electronic engineering. They have mastered Python already to a greater degree. And so you can already say that they are worth at least a certain micro-credential that the industry can provide. So I see this again as a complementation, these things, rather than a competition. So for micro-credentials, you have focused, and for academic degrees, they basically are about broad, as opposed to focus on specific skill set. Cost, you can have micro-credentials pick up. You can pick up micro-credentials when you take up a university degree, and should an unfortunate event happens and you can no longer finish your university degree, hopefully you'll be able to have that micro-credential as well. So I will skip the other considerations in terms of prerequisites and career advancements. They are self-explanatory, I believe. Earlier on in the talk of Dean Joan explained EU and UNESCO definitions of micro-credentials. I see them as emphasis rather than being diametrically opposed to each other. So have a look at this, and I suppose the slides will be shared with you as well. So I will again be skipping these slides. I've been alluding to the UPOU roadmap on micro-credentials, and I hope people in this room will also pick up from what OU has started. This is what I've been telling at least my chancellor, to at least pick this up. And when I talk to other chancellors in the University of the Philippine system, I also would say just take the leadership from the OU and see where we can develop or enhance this for specific context. For instance, Cebu. They have strong industry connection with their BPO industry also in Cebu. And I'd say that you can take the roadmap from UPOU and see which ones can you specialize in terms of offerings, as opposed to reinventing the wheel. Diliman is a different take, because Diliman would have something more comprehensive approach as well. So my chancellor would want to develop a framework that enables the different traditional departments to offer micro-credentials also in relation to their offerings. No, so portable, QA-based, all these were discussed already by Vice Chancellor Prime. I will skip them and some justifications on how we can position this in the under the legal environment we have. And I will just get to the point where we have to ask the questions, what's the next moves? And somehow you already touched upon this, but maybe heads up to our colleagues in the different universities who are interested in micro-credentials. So we want micro-credentials, at least for my university, we want micro-credentials to be interlinked with our academic offerings. No, we cannot wait 4 years, 5 years to finish a degree and not have anything to show for it, and that's where the micro credentials would come in. So hopefully UP will be able to offer industry recognized micro credentials. As I said, my example was Python, for instance, among others. Now our group is also developing other things like for data analytics, for instance, you might consider micro credentials for R, for instance, no? UP as charter member of the Philippine Micro-credentials Consortium, hindi ko pinapangunahan yung mga kasama, but I've been floating this idea already with my president, and the idea is hopefully everyone in this room will be joining that consortium. I'm making a pitch already to some of our colleagues in the audience, making network connections. So mover of the fourth industrial revolution, AI, as you can see, blockchain-powered micro-credentials. We are developing the white paper on the architecture of micro-credential powered blockchain-powered credentials. No? And there are reasons why we should put our micro-credentials on the blockchain. If you are interested in specifying the micro-credentials, because the failures that I've seen so far and being not able to sustain for instance, the budget system has to do with the architecture and the buy-in of stakeholders. And hopefully we'll be able to address those concerns via our white paper that we're trying to develop. So if you want to pitch in, let me know, because we can develop this really collaboratively. So that's about it from my end. Thank you very much.
As teachers, we are faced with the ongoing challenges of innovating to ensure our learners acquire the skills demanded by the evolving workplace. As Mr. Ibrahim highlighted regarding the promises of micro-credentials and followed through by Dr. Peter C., are we prepared to design competencies that align with our learners' needs and workplace demands? To contribute to competency and skill development, let's watch 2 videos discussing the Philippine Qualifications Framework, courtesy of the Commission on Higher Education. These videos were recorded during the public hearing on the framework's institutionalization. Let's play the video, please.
The global shift in political and economic reality has brought about the emergence of regional economies and the increased demand for pool of workers, professionals, and talents. Because of this, national qualifications frameworks underpinned by quality assurance should be developed and considered as crucial for enhancing transparency, comparability, and recognition of qualifications within and across countries. In the Philippines, the institutionalization of Philippine Qualifications Framework started as early as 2012 through the issuance of Executive Order Number 83. This prompted the work of the relevant government agencies to converge in order to harmonize and promote a seamless Philippine education and training system. The PQF was further strengthened through the enactment of Republic Act 10968, or the PQF Act, establishing the PQF National Coordinating Council. The member agencies are Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, Commission on Higher Education, Professional Regulation Commission, and the Department of Labor and Employment, and of course, the Department of Education as the council chairperson. The relevance of PQF is reinforced through the inclusion of members from the economic and industry sector. The PQF is a national policy which describes the levels of educational qualifications and sets the standards for qualification outcomes. It is a quality-assured national system for the development, recognition, and award of qualifications based on standards of knowledge, skills, and values acquired in different ways and methods by learners and workers educated or trained in the Philippines. PQF operates in the context of lifelong learning, recognizing competencies obtained through formal, informal, and non-formal learning. But what is a qualification? It refers to the formal certification that a person has successfully achieved specific learning outcomes relevant to the identified academic, industry, or community requirements. It confers official recognition of value in the labor market and in further education and training. The PQF provides the adoption of national standards and levels for outcomes of education, which shall 1. Incorporate qualifications descriptors, 2. Support the development and maintenance of pathways and equivalencies, and 3. Align with international qualifications framework to support national and international mobility of workers, professionals, and students. The adoption of qualifications framework will benefit various sectors and stakeholders of education and training, particularly in 1. Encouraging lifelong learning of individuals. 2. Ensuring that training and educational institutions adhere to specific standards and are accountable for achieving the same. 3. Providing employers specific training standards and qualifications that are aligned to industry standards. And 4. Providing the government with common standards, taxonomy, and typology of qualifications as basis for granting approvals to the stakeholders. The PQF-NCC was able to formulate a detailed and integrated description of the Philippine education system, which is now publicly available from the PQF website. Some of the major milestones of PQF include the adoption of national standards and levels of learning outcomes of education and the establishment of the Philippine Qualifications Register. The review of existing pathways and equivalencies and the development of the Philippine credit transfer system that will enable access to qualifications and to assist individuals to move easily and readily between the different education and training sectors and between these sectors and the labor market. PCTS provides the principles and guidelines for learner progression between and across the PQF levels through credit transfer, articulation, and recognition of prior learning. Alignment of domestic qualification standards with the international qualifications framework, such as the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework and the ASEAN Mutual Recognition Arrangements. These initiatives shall enhance the recognition, value, and comparability of Philippine qualifications and supporting the mobility of Filipino students, workers, and professionals. The institutionalization of PQF is a continuing commitment of the member agencies. We look forward in the completion of the PQF review being undertaken by the World Bank, the interagency collaboration led by the Department of Trade and Industry on the Philippine Skills Framework, sealed through a Memorandum of Understanding in June 2021, and the inclusion of corresponding PQF and AQRF level and new qualification certificates and diplomas issued by recognized Philippine education and training institutions. Recognizing the important role of education and training in national development, The PQF shall continue to establish, maintain, and support a complete, adequate, and integrated system of education relevant to the needs of everyone and one. Together, let us continue the journey.
So these are my session objectives, that at the end of the session, the participants should be able to discuss the global and national evolution of national qualifications frameworks, identify the components of the PQF, relate the PQF to the development, recognition, and comparison of qualifications, compare the PQF to selected national qualifications frameworks of other ASEAN countries, discuss the notable accomplishments so far, and then identify the main concerns in the operationalization of the PQF by the National Coordinating Council and the 5 government agencies. And before I end, I will give you a summary. So this is the flow of my presentation, Global and National Evolution of National Qualifications Framework. Then I will present the diagram and components of the PQF, and then go on to the conceptual framework, a comparison with selected NQFs of other ASEAN member states, notable accomplishments, and the main concern of operationalization of the PQF. You can see here from this slide how the national qualifications framework evolved globally. So we have the first generation of national qualifications framework from the 1980s to 1990s with the UK, Scotland, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. So they were the ones who started national qualifications framework. You see in the middle column, second generation from the late 1990s to the early 2000s. You see now 4 ASEAN member states, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand. But because of some delays in the implementation for the other countries, at the present time, Malaysia is the most advanced. Then you see a longer list of third generation national qualifications framework. Our own Philippine qualifications framework has its own origin and development. And just like the other countries, it started with the Tibet sector in 1998. In 2003, there was established a Philippine Tibet Qualifications Framework, PTQF. And in 2004, the following year, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo issued Presidential Executive Order promoting the expansion of the qualifications framework. But it was only in 2012, or 8 years after, that the PQF was institutionalized through the issuance of Executive Order 83 by former President Aquino. In 2014, the Radar Education Act was formalized with institutionalization through RA 10647. And in 2018, we had RA 1068, known as the PQF Act. So the PQF provides us a national policy and levels of educational qualifications and standards for qualification outcomes. These are competency-based, labor market-driven, and it's only after assessment that the qualification is conferred and recognized. These are the TWGs. Before, in the Executive Order number 83, there were just 5. But with the Republic Act being issued, we now have 7. So the first is Qualifications Register with TESDA as the lead agency. Then the Quality Assurance, TWG, with CHED as the lead agency. Pathways and Equivalencies, again, CHED is the lead agency. International alignment is being led by the Professional Regulation Division. Information and Guidelines led by DepEd. Government Industry Education led by DOLE. And Lifelong Learning led by the Department of Education. So we have 7 technical working groups. This is the first diagram of the Philippine National Qualifications Framework way back in 2005. So let me call your attention to the first column. So you see there, Certificate 1, Certificate 2, Certificate 3, Diploma 1, and Diploma 2. Then at the middle, we have equivalency pathways. And then at the rightmost column, associate, bachelor's degree, postgraduate diploma, master's degree, and doctorate. And you see basic education down at the bottom, starting with early childhood education, elementary education, and secondary education, which would lead to either textbook or higher education. The second diagram was issued in 2012 together with the Executive Order number 83. And you now see a big change compared to the 2005 version. We now have clearly 8 levels, levels 1 to 8. And in the column for basic education, you see grade 10 and grade 12 assigned to a level 1 and level 2. Then at the middle column, you see the column for technical education and skills development. And now there's a change. From certificate, it became national certificate. So you have national certificate 1, national certificate 2, 3, 4. And then the diploma 1 was replaced by NC4. And you have diploma. So there's no diploma 1, diploma 2. And in higher education, the associate was removed. The higher education column starts with level 6, baccalaureate, level 7, post-baccalaureate, and level 8, doctoral and postdoctoral. So you see the changes that in the evolution of our Philippine qualifications framework. In the 2012 version, we have 3 domains already: knowledge, skills, and values, application, degree of independence, and you have the qualification type. But again, let me point out that the wording, the descriptor, starts with graduates at this level, which you will see will be changed in a subsequent diagram of the PQF. So this is the 2014 version. You still see levels 1 to 8, but a big change is in basic education. Previously, junior and senior high were assigned to level 1, level 2. You now see grade 12 outside of the diagram or below the diagram. So retained are the columns for technical education and skills development and the column for higher education. So there are relatively big changes. Now, if you look at the descriptors, the domains are retained: knowledge, skills, and values, application, degree of independence, and qualification type. But now, graduates were already replaced by demonstrated broad and coherent knowledge, because learning outcomes is part of the Philippine qualifications framework. The application and degree of independence practically retained, but substantial is placed there. For level 7, demonstrated advanced knowledge and skills in specialized or multidisciplinary field of study. And you see the context for application. Now the degree of independence starts with high substantial degree of independence. And for level 8, knowledge, skills, and values, application, degree of independence, then highly advanced systematic knowledge and skills in a highly specialized and or complex multidisciplinary field of learning. So you see the progression from level 6 to level 7 to level 8. These are the components. Now, we talk of qualifications, not only of degrees, not only of certificates, not only of licenses, but in totality, these are called qualifications. Then we deal with learning outcomes. So these are reflected in the technical working groups, the qualifications register, quality assurance, pathways and equivalencies, international alignment, lifelong learning. CPD is a component of the PQF, and then CATS, or credit accumulation and transfer system, is also a component of the Philippine qualifications framework. I came up with this conceptual framework because I was also involved in the negotiations for the ASEAN qualifications framework. I represented the profession of medicine in meetings starting in 2010. And in PRC, we also are in charge of the development of mutual recognition of professional qualifications. So you see in the middle, the Philippine Qualifications Framework. Its main aim is the development, or main purpose is the development of qualifications. And you see, for the MRA and MRPQ, it's recognition of qualifications. And the AQRF, which will be discussed by Dr. Revea, is as main purpose the comparison of qualifications across the 10 ASEAN member states. And you see the lower arrow pointing to nation building and development, competitiveness and mobility of professionals. So there are differences among the national qualifications frameworks of different countries because they are aimed to develop their own qualifications, and sometimes there are differences in the priorities of different countries. And that explains the differences, as you will be seeing when I present to you a sample of national qualifications frameworks of other ASEAN countries. So this is a very important conceptual framework. So the first example that I'm presenting to you is the qualifications framework of Indonesia. You look at the second column where you see professional, specialist, and subspecialist. And you see professional assigned to level 7. So a doctor of medicine who is a professional is assigned to level 7. A nurse, an engineer, they are all assigned to level 7. If they specialize, they are assigned to level 8. And if they subspecialize, they are assigned to level 9. But I think this was changed already. Level 9 is reserved for the doctoral and doctorate degrees. But the main difference is that for those at the rightmost column, you see operator, the technical, the technician, the analyst, going up to level 9, which is has a big difference with our Philippine qualifications framework because the level of TechBook in the middle column, as I pointed out earlier, goes up only to level 5. It does not go up to level 8. So in Indonesia, they have provisions for the TechBook or the technician, analyst, operators to go up to level 9. This is the Malaysian qualifications framework. As I mentioned earlier, Malaysia is the most advanced as far as the implementation of qualifications framework is concerned. And they have the Malaysian qualifications 80 or the MQA. Just like the Philippines, they have 8 levels, MQF levels. They have 2 sectors for skills and separate for vocational and technical. They have skill certificate 1, 2, 3, diploma and advanced diploma. But they also have vocational and technical certificate, diploma and advanced diploma. Now in higher education, this says a big difference compared to the Philippine qualifications framework because they have qualifications or levels assigned below bachelor's degree. So the certificate in higher education is assigned to level 3. The diploma in higher education is assigned to level 4 and level 5 advanced diploma. And then you see graduate certificate and diploma and bachelor's degree both assigned to level 6. Then master's degree and postgraduate certificate and diploma assigned to level 7 and a doctoral degree assigned to level 8. And you have a separate column, lifelong learning, accreditation of prior experiential learning or APEL. So that's also a feature present in the Malaysian qualifications framework which we do not find in the Philippine qualifications framework. So Thailand, they have 9 levels, but I think this is being revised. And you see bachelor's degree in level 5, master's in level 7, higher graduate diploma in level 8, and doctoral degree in level 9. Then just a sample for a Filipino engineer assigned PQF level 6, moving to Malaysia. The lesson here is we get our national qualifications framework level from our own country. But there may be a chance that if you move to another country, you may be assessed with the use of their own qualifications framework. But it so happens that the Philippines and Malaysia has already referenced to the ASEAN qualifications reference framework and they have practically the same levels. So if a Filipino engineer assigned PQF level 6 moves to Malaysia and is assessed, then he will be assigned to bachelor's degree MQF level 6 also. So there may be seemingly a one-to-one correspondence, but if you go to other qualifications framework, there may not be that kind of correspondence, one-to-one correspondence. So I am presenting this because there are so many Filipinos who have already moved to the UAE. And if you see the UAE qualifications framework, it's levels 1 to 10. And if you see level 7, it's for bachelor's degree, generic name. And of course, that's higher education. Bachelor is assigned to level 7. Postgraduate diploma is assigned to level 8. Master is assigned to level 9. And doctoral is assigned to level 10. In previous hearings and discussions, we have always been asked that say you're assigned to PQF level 6 in the Philippines for bachelor's degree. If you go to the United Arab Emirates, for example, and they assess you, would you be assigned to a higher level? The answer may be yes, but it remains to be validated because the bachelor's degree in UAE is assigned to level 7. Does it mean a difference in compensation? Again, the answer may be yes, because even during the Senate hearings that we were attending, Senator Rangal actually asked us, what is the peso value of the levels of the Philippine Qualifications Framework? The best answer that we could give then was that if you are dealing with government employees where there are salary grades, then progressing from level 6 to level 7 would have a money value because the salary grade will automatically also go up. So if you are at a certain level and you attain a higher academic or professional qualification, most probably even the qualification and benefits will also be enhanced or improved. So that's how important the PQF levels and qualifications descriptors are in the implementation of the Philippine Qualifications Framework. So we now have the Philippine Qualifications Register. And as I showed you in an earlier slide, the lead agency is TESDA. And all the 5 or 4 government agencies dealing with the PQF have already submitted qualification titles, qualification descriptors, the PQF level, the authority granting agency, qualification code, the instrument and date of authorization. You have the provisions of the PQF law. Qualifications refers to a formal certification that a person has successfully achieved specific learning outcomes relevant to the identified academic, industry, or community requirements. A qualification confers official recognition of value in the labor market and in further education and training. So what I just mentioned regarding salary grades is important. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to find a counterpart of the salary grade system in government in the private sector. So let me give you a concrete example of how the PQF may be utilized. We have qualifications agencies, TESDA, CHED, and PRC, and they issue basic qualifications. TESDA issuing NC1 to diploma, level 1 to 5. CHED issuing bachelor, master, doctorate degrees, level 6 to level 8. And of course, the Professional Regulation Commission issuing basic qualification registered and licensed professional. Most of them are level 6, but there are some which are assigned to level 7. So what is the basis for the issuance of qualifications? For TESDA, it's the training regulations or the TRs. For TED, it's the policies and standards and guidance or the CMOs that are being issued for every course. And for the PRC, it's the table specifications or the TOS which contain the competency standards, which are the basis for the formulation of questions in licensure examinations. So again, conferment, the system of conferment of qualifications. For TESDA, it's direct and through registered programs because they have their own buildings and systems in the TESDA Bikutan, but they also have authorized higher education institutions offering these kinds of programs. So after competency assessment, they confer NC1 to diploma. For the middle column, for the column of CHED exercises the authority over higher education institutions with the government permit. And it's the higher education institutions which confer the academic degrees. I call that the academic qualification. Bachelor, PQF level 6, Master, PQF level 7, and Doctorate, PQF level 8. So this is indirect. CHED giving the authority to higher education institutions, but the higher education institutions are the ones which are conferring the academic degrees. So CHED does not confer academic degrees directly to the graduates. This is contrasted with the column on the Personal Regulation Commission. The PRC directly confers professional qualification to graduates who pass the licensure examination, PQF level 6 and 7, which I call professional qualification as distinct from the academic qualification. So let me give again a more concrete example. Nursing graduate, award of academic and professional qualification. So you see, a graduate of a nursing course is awarded the degree of Bachelor of Science in Nursing, PQF level 6, academic qualification. After the graduate passes the nursing licensure examination, PRC confers the qualification title, registered nurse. It's still PQF level 6, but we call it the professional qualification. But what is the main difference between the PQF level 6 academic and the PQF level 6 professional qualification? We very well know that if you belong to a regulated profession and if you do not pass the corresponding licensure examination, you will not be able to perform the tasks and responsibilities that you have prepared for your education. And if you persist in performing those tasks, you can be charged for illegal practice of a regulated profession. So it's only the registered nurse who can perform the tasks, the scope practice of nursing as contained in their professional regulatory law. So that should be clear. But let me mention that there are also professions which are not regulated by PRC. So what happens is after they obtain their degree, they can already apply for work. That's also the difference. So these are feedback coming from the World Bank when they assess the system of implementation of the PQF. They stated that PQF levels are driven mainly by academic degrees, not fully reflecting professional qualifications that require years of experience or complexity of practice. So most probably, the Professional Regulation Commission will be coming up with a recommendation to the National Coordinating Council for the addition of a post-degree professional track. And an example again for medicine, and this is also true for dentistry, you see the graduates of the medical course are assigned to level 7 because they already have their bachelor's degree prior to the entry to their entry to the College of Medicine. And you see a general practitioner level 7 and a diplomate or fellow of a specialty society in level 8. So that's not approved. That's our plan, but we will have to make it generic. These are specific to medicine and dentistry. So let me conclude by stating that the Philippine Qualifications Framework was primarily established for the development of qualifications based on the needs of the country. The domain descriptors in the diagram provide mobility and competitiveness of learners and workers. Second, there are qualifications agencies which are authorized to confer qualifications after competency assessment. Third, the education and training systems are aligned with international standards, and the qualifications which are awarded are quality assured. Fourth, there are notable accomplishments which include the following: establishment of the Philippine Qualifications Register, the FIQUAR, establishment of the pathways and equivalencies which include the Philippine Credit Transfer System, the PCTS, under the leadership of the Commission on Higher Education. And then 4.3, the CPD and Career Progression and Specialization System, which is being implemented by the Professional Regulation Commission. And 4.4, referencing of the PQF to the AQRF. As I said, this will be discussed or presented by Dr. Rebea in the next session. And fifth, there are activities which aim to disseminate the PQF concepts and mechanisms so that educational institutions and industry will be able to operationalize the Philippine Qualifications Framework. I remember way back 2013 to 2014 when I presented the Philippine Qualifications Framework in a regional qualifications conference in Thailand. I took note that the presenters from Thailand came from industry, Federation of Labor Federations of Industry, which means that they have been implementing their national qualifications framework already in the academe, most probably in the academe, but most especially in the industry. That's our long-term or short-term or medium-term goal for education institutions to be able to disseminate, utilize, and operationalize the Philippine Qualifications Framework, concepts, and mechanisms.
So the discussion of Commissioner Jose provided valuable insights on Philippine qualifications framework. For those who are interested in watching the full-length version, you may find it under their chat Facebook page dated December 7, 2022. So again, that will be under their chat Facebook page dated December 7, 2022. So before we take our lunch break, may I call on first Dr. Marshall for a process input of our activity for this afternoon.
Thank you, Annalise. Before we have our lunch, let me process a little the different inputs or discussions that we hear, because I know those are reused materials that I believe are helpful to help us understand micro-credentialing. Just like me, when I started the journey of understanding micro-credentialing, it all started with a commission. I am actually a technical committee of the IT education in the Philippines, and at the same time, a task force for the evaluation of OBE in the Commission on Higher Education. And of course, do all the accreditations, especially for the state universities and colleges, not only for IT education, but also with the graduate programs that includes IT as a subject matter. Um, the discussion of former Undersecretary Mon Ibrahim is actually a realization that many in the academy find it. When I started in the academy 23 years ago, this is my 20th year in Silliman and 3 years outside Silliman. When I started in the academy, and especially when I had the position as the dean, the first issue there that struck me most is mismatch of our graduates and a mismatch of our graduates with the industry. It was a long journey. I was involved in so many task force with the commission, with our professional IT organization, just to fill in the gap. And it's always a cycle also that the industry will always tell, oh, academe, you should provide us a skill, you should provide us graduate that will respond to the skill set that we need. Then I became a president of an IT, biggest IT organization in the country, and I'm trying to solve, and I cannot solve. We were not able to solve it until so many industries come in the country, until BPO came in, outsourcing, until we are overtaken with artificial intelligence. Then there was innovations. Innovations in terms of instructional designing, innovation in terms of curriculum matching. And all of these are actually popularized by the industry. When I say popularized, it was existence actually long time ago in the academic world. It is just that the push is coming from the industry. The talk of my friend Bon Ibrahim is really a convergence of the industry and at the same time the academy. Mon Ibrahim is actually our member in the technical committee also for IT, and he has vast experience into the industry. And it's always been a discussion on how to provide skill set to the industry that are really needed and reflective in the current times. So the solution is actually micro-credential. The solution is micro-credential because there are innovations. We are all in the academy. We know how many years before we can revise a curriculum, right? We cannot revise a curriculum if we don't have graduate yet. So at least 4 years. So how can we provide a skill set in the current market if we will wait for our curriculum to revise to provide a skill set that the industry needs? That is why micro-credentialing is really helpful. Stackable courses is one of the many solutions to fill in the gap of the mismatch. The definition provided by Dr. Joanne, which is also in the same network, they are actually heading a project funded by the European Union to create also a micro-credentialing system. And I said, yes, why not? We can collaborate. I have this funded project. UP, Ateneo, LaSalle, and UPOU is also have this, trying to put up also a network for micro-credential. We may have different focus because the definition, like what you have heard by Dr. Joanne, there are many lenses that we can interpret micro-credential. It could be coming from the industry perspective, or it could be from a perspective of a lifelong learning. So there are many ways to attack into it. In the afternoon, I'll be presenting to you how we could move forward and how to articulate the definition of micro-credential from our perspective in the higher education. The presentation also of Dr. Peter C is actually I attended the workshop in UPOU. The two videos that we've shown, those were materials that we did when we had a intensive workshop also on micro credentialing. Why there was always a mention of Coursera, LinkedIn, and all these platforms? Because these are systems that provide certificates and badges. Do you know what is a badge? Badge is like 3 stars, 2 stars. That's what we imagine, right? But this is popularized by the companies, by industry. This is what I meant. The idea of having a badge is actually there long time in the Jurassic time. But this is popularized by the industry. Through badge, we can collect badge and then we can run actually a degree, and that is what we call stackable course. How many of you here at least completed at least one certificate, free certificate from Coursera, at least unverified? Only one? Only one? I highly suggest you try, you try earning a certificate from Coursera. At least not the verified one, because the verified is you have to pay, and because there is it's an ecosystem of business also. No? So for sure in our online participants there are a lot. Can you give a thumbs up? How many of you have completed at least one unverified Coursera courses? Can I see a thumbs up from our online audience, online participants, or maybe they are they're having a class and they're doing multitasking, and that's how what we do, hybrid, hybrid attendance. No? So maybe some of my former graduate students are actually here. So hopefully they can they can think out of it. Um, at Silliman, we are also trying to build a course-like platform, which we wanted to share that as part of our community extension. So at Silliman also, we advocated open educational resources, similar to UPOU, Open University, where they advocated the use of resources in an open and public common idea. And that's what we wanted to share, also. The last two videos are very helpful in understanding micro-credential because in the micro-credential, there are two buzzwords there, competency and skill. I would like to introduce our director of Tibet here, Ma'am Ati Blanche Churu. She's the one handling our Tibet. And that's very important because in the near future, Tibet will be under the Global Study Center, and they will have that the idea is to do stackable courses for the tech courses leading towards the granting of a bachelor's degree. And that is micro-credentialing. That is what I meant that there are many lens that we can see perspective of micro-credential. It could be the PQF actually is very helpful to us in designing our stackable course, in designing our micro-credential. I know we are very most familiar with outcomes-based education. The next question, I guess, is how can we integrate outcomes-based education in this PQM and in this micro-credential? At the end of the day, it all boils down to achievement of competency or acquiring the skills necessary. You just have to synchronize it to the Philippine qualification frame. My office is actually mandated. One of the sections of my office, Global Study Center, is on institutional skills assessment. There was a mention of the PRC, right? There was a mention of PRC. From the perspective of lifelong learning, my office is applying, we are a CPD provider. And the plan is all the stackable courses at Cinnamon will have CPD points according to the field of specialization. While we retool and we upskill our skill, we can also comply what is mandated by law to renew your certificate and at the same time comply the CPD points needed by the government. The harmonization as presented about the PQA is really helpful when we go back to our institution and try to rethink, are we subscribing the idea of micro-credentialing? It's not an easy task, I know, especially if you are in the Office of Instruction or in the curriculum designing. We know also how tedious to revise a curriculum. We know also how not fast revising a degree program because we have to follow mandates from the Commission on Higher Education. But the Commission on Higher Education is actually very open to the idea of having a flexible competencies and skills embedded in our curriculum. And we know that there are many ways to kill this animal. So it's a matter of interpretation. Interpreting memorandum orders 10 years ago is different from the interpretation or how we interpret memorandum orders today. Because uh, ako personally as a member of a technical committee, when we visit master's program, graduate program, we always look at what's it the niche of the program. Because we have a mandate, we have a law, we have that document that we have to follow. The next question is how my master's in education program differs from the master's of education program in the other schools. If you just simply follow what is mandated by CMO 15 on the graduate program PSG, right? So the idea, the PQF, and harmonize it to the idea of micro credentialing is very timely relevant, especially in providing a skill set that our industry is calling. But we have to take note that micro-credentialing is not for all schools. Micro-credentialing also, as emphasized, is not for all degree programs. Okay? It really matters on the vision, the mission, and the goal of the school. But I've been interfacing with with many presidents for after COVID when generative AI was introduced and then many associations invited me about generative AI, about innovations, and about micro credentialing. And many of the school presidents and school heads are actually very open to innovation. Just to share with you, Seliman is revising our very old vision, mission, goal just to be a part of the current innovations in the world. We changed our vision, we changed our mission, we edited also our goals to incorporate innovations, to incorporate flexibility as being highlighted with micro-credentialing. That is why I'm here. I'm leading a project on micro-credentialing, aside from the fact that my office is the relatively young office in the university, the Global Study Center, because the idea is to innovate our curriculum. Um, that making sure also that we are abiding appropriate laws and proper laws in the country. I'm in the Commission Higher Education. I'm also in interfacing with big professional organization because we wanted to help each other. And with that, I would like to thank and be ready for the afternoon session. Our afternoon session is there will be a live discussion also from Simeo Enotech. Supposedly the Simeo Bangkok will be delivering this, but again, if you could recall, we invited you September 9, but because there was a late pronouncement of a holiday, so we moved to February 8. So there was a change of the invitation. So in the afternoon at 1 o'clock, we'll be talking about how to future proof. What does it mean? Unlike with the traditional curriculum that we have, we prepared it based on mandates of the commission, right? We said there should be 18 units of GE, there should be 32 of blah blah blah. Less mindful of what will happen after 4 years. Is it true? Right? Kasi gusto lang natin ma-feed yung fantasy ng minimum requirement. Tama? Let's just be honest. I've been in the administration for quite some time, and that's the usual issue. Yes, it is true that we invited industry, but it's difficult to predict what will happen in the next 4 years. So what's the normal thing we do? We just comply what is the minimum requirement. We look at our expertise and specialization in our university and we offer the degree program. And that's it. And if there are new innovations and skill set demanded, we said, elective lang yan. No? Elective lang yan. O sino magtuturo ng elective? Papadala natin ng training. Oo. So that's actually the cycle in the academic degree program. Future proofing of micro credentials, while we prepare our stackable courses now, it has to be proofed with the future demands, with the demands in the future. It's gonna be easy, based on literature, it's easy to future proof short-term courses than the long-term degree programs. And that would be discussed by Robbie and Simeo Enotech also. Simeo actually is having a program on micro-credentialing. Seliman University is part of that network to be a provider and at the same time grantor of the micro-credentialing program or stackable course. And then, so that you can understand certificates, you can understand badges, and how these short courses will be organized and collected and how a university can grant a degree program, we invited a sponsor so that we can visualize how this system looks like. Because for sure at this moment, for some who are new to micro-credentialing, it's not yet clear what's micro-credential for you. No? And I know it's still playing around, how it looked like. Is it really a course? Does it have an assessment, an exam, a multiple choice, or whatsoever? Does it follow a OBD template? As a teacher, that's how we conceptualize course, right? So later on, with that, we will have a collaborative exercise, and I hope our online participants will do that also, because this will help us in our journey in really reflecting what are stackable or micro-credential. Okay, and if you have more questions, as I mentioned, I'm not expert in the micro-credential. Just list down all your questions and let's try to help each other on answering all these inquiries of yours. Because I myself, I have so many questions also, which at least when I prepared this project, I have 40 questions. And then I'm now on my 32 that already answered from all the seminars and workshops I attended from different parts of the world, different parts of the country, and talking a lot of experts about micro-credentialing. The idea is to come up with our policies and guidelines that is flexible, that we can bring back to or implement in our respective institution. So I hope you learned something in the morning session, because that's very important when we move forward in crafting policies and guidelines on micro-credentialing. Daghang salamat.
Thank you, Sir Joey. While waiting for our food, maybe we'll take this time first for networking and maybe taking of pictures. We'll inform you later once our food is ready. And we'll see you later this afternoon at exactly 1 o'clock. Our photographer also would like to take a picture of everyone. So let them stay in front.
Yes, please.
Okay. Sige, we'll instruct you.
Come here.
And we're also going to have official photo op this afternoon as well. That's together with our online participants. So as of right now, we'll be taking photos from our on-site participants.
Oh. We can compress, or I'll probably have 2 layers. 2 layers. Para masakto yun.
Can we project our banner, technical staff?
Okay, come on. Perfect. Yeah. This goes to you. Practice na rin for photo. Closer. Press. Ready. Can you compress a little bit? Perfect. Ready. One. Sir, compress pag yung kamay. All right. Ready. 1, 2, and one more. 1, 2, and perfect. Thank you. Dapat na. Ready. 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 1, 2, and more.
Okay, thank you everyone. May I request that you stay here first because we are still preparing the food downstairs. We'll just inform you again once our date is ready. house is ready upstairs.
Kahit na isang mumuntiling hanga
kong malibot ang mundo sa kanyang kasuluk-sulukan.
Nais kong makita ang paligid kong puno ng kagandahan.
Nais kong makalawan ang kakaibang damdamin kahit minsan man lang. Habang ako ay may buhay, wala nang mamalit pang tunay. Nais ko Nais maulit ang buhay kung may pagkakataon, upang mamalas sa mga bagay-bagay na di ko natanto sa aking buhay. Nais kong maulit pa, ulit-ulitin pa ang buhay ko. Nais kong maihip ng hangin walang patutunhan, parang ibong wala rin hangganan kundi ang lumipad ng lumipad. Nais kong lumipad. Nais kong malibot ang mundo sa kanyang kasuluk-sulukan.
Nais kong makita ang paligid kong puno ng kagandahan.
Nais kong makalawan ang kakaibang damdamin kahit minsan man lang. Habang ako ay may buhay, wala nang mamalit pang tunay. Nais ko Nais
Nais ko ring maagos ng alon saan man mapadpad. Kahit na isang mumuntiling hangarin, lumangoy ng lumangoy. Nais kong lumangoy.
Nais kong malibot ang mundo sa kanyang kasuluk-sulukan.
Nais kong makita ang paligid kong puno ng kagandahan.
Nais kong makalawanan kakaibang damdamin kahit minsan man lang. Habang ako ay may buhay, wala nang hangarin pang tunay. Nais ko, nais ko. Nais kong maulit ang buhay kung may pagkakataon, upang mamana sa mga bagay-bagay na di ko natanto sa aking buhay. Nais kong maulit pa, ulit-ulitin pa ang buhay ko. Nais kong mahigit ng hangin walang patutunhan, parang ibong wala rin hangarin kundi ang lumipad ng lumipad. Nais kong lumipad. Nais kong malibot ang mundo sa kanyang kasuluk-sulukan.
Nais kong makita ang paligid kong puno ng kagandahan.
Nais kong makalawa ng kakaibang damdamin kahit minsan man lang. Habang ako ay may buhay, wala nang hangarin pang tunay. Nais ko, nais ko.
hangarin, lumangoy ng lumangoy. Nais kong lumangoy.
Nais kong malibot ang mundo sa kanyang kasulok-sulukan.
Nais kong makita ang paligid kong puno ng kagandahan.
Nais kong makalawar ang kakaibang damdamin kahit minsan man lang. Habang ako ay may buhay, wala nang hawain pang tunay. Nais ko, nais ko, nais
And welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Busog na ba tanan? And of course, also to our online participants, I hope your tummies are full. So let's resume our afternoon session. We'll now have a live discussion via Zoom on strategy to future-proof the micro-credentials program led by Dr. Juan Robertino Robbie Macalde, Manager of the Learning Development and Implementation Office at Simeo Inotech.
Good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned earlier, our topic today is on future-proofing micro-credentials. I presume earlier today you were informed on the various definitions of micro-credentials. This time, I'll talk about examples of micro-credentials on a regional perspective. So I'm referring to my organization, how we did our micro-credentials program, and what's in store in the future. So let me share my screen. So as mentioned, the topic is on future-proofing the micro-credentials program. So I'm part of an international organization. Our main office, our secretariat actually is based in Bangkok, Thailand. The organization is the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization. To be more particular, we're part of this organization located all over Southeast Asia. We're one of the 26 centers. So our official name is the Regional Center for Educational Innovation and Technology, or simply Simeo Inotech. So as mentioned, we're already 54 years old. Started in Bangkok, Thailand. And then Inotech per se started in Bangkok, Thailand, went to Vietnam, Singapore, and then eventually officially hosted by the Philippine government around 1970. So as you can see, there are a number of centers located all over Southeast Asia. We're one of the CMEO centers in the Philippines. We're second to the oldest. Okay, so I'm part of the office. They call it the Learning Development and Management Office. We develop and manage Semioinetech's diverse capacity building services and all other events. We particularly design relevant learning programs by way of an in-depth learning needs assessment. We develop instructional materials and learning programs. We also develop or actual delivery of the learning programs, either face-to-face, online, or blended. And we also evaluate our learning programs for further improvement. Sorry. Okay, so our programs, to be more specific, these are actually part of our micro-credentials program. We have programs for school leaders, school heads of Southeast Asia. One of them is the Southeast Asia School Leadership Program. We also have strategic thinking, innovation, and managerial leadership, which, as mentioned, focuses on the following concerns. The other, what's happening? The other, this is actually one of the original programs that we have developed several years ago, around 2008. We call them Excels, or Excellence in School Leadership for Southeast Asia. To be more specific, we call them Teach Excels. That's the definition, or that's how we call it. Super Excels, Lead Excels, or Leading Education in Emergency Situations, Health Excels, and Peace Excels, or Peace Education Excellence in School Leadership for Southeast Asia. We also have programs for teachers. Our first massive open online course, we call it Teach On, Keeping the Passion Alive. Some of you, if you're teachers, DepEd teachers to be more particular, have most likely attended some of these courses, which now forms four of our micro-credentials program. We also have Becoming a Better Teacher Every Day, our flexible learning courses for teachers, early literacy instruction for K-3 teachers, the Southeast Asia Teacher Competency Framework Course 1. And our older courses, they call it the Guro 21 or Gearing Up Responsible for Southeast Asian teachers for the 21st century. The first course is on facilitating 21st century learning, and the second course covers higher order thinking skills. So far, we have already reached more than 100,000 teachers and school leaders in the Philippines and Southeast Asia and beyond. I'm referring to teachers in Saudi Arabia, teachers in Kuwait, teachers in United Arab Emirates, even as far as Italy, where Filipino teachers are also somewhat connected as well. So, and then several years later, we began to wonder, as mentioned, as to how could we go beyond our current offerings to further enable the success of educators in Southeast Asia. And with that, we asked this question, our whys. The first why is on lifelong learning. So rapidly to keep our skills relevant and stay updated in education landscape. The second why is on career advancement, particularly focusing on acquiring skills and training to progress in teaching profession. And the other is personal growth and development, primarily focusing on becoming a better teacher or school head and what happens next. And the other one is on flexibility or simply learning anytime, anywhere, or anyhow. So this became our micro credentials. As we understood it, we're understood as a certification or participation in knowledge or skill acquisition in a specific area of learning or practice. This is how we defined it, and this is how the Global Development Learning Network Task Force actually made up or decided to name it, define it. GDLN, if you're not familiar, we're part of this organization as well. We're part of this network. Global Development Learning Network was initiated by the World Bank around year 2000, composed of several institutions all over the world. Started around 2000 higher education institutions located all over the world. So as mentioned, to add more value to our learning programs, we have invested heavily in micro-credentials, primarily partnering with higher education institutions, teacher education institutions in the Philippines, and later on in Southeast Asia, primarily to offer professional development programs. So these are some of the definitions of micro-credentials to add on to what was already discussed earlier today. This is based on a survey by the European Consortium of Innovative Universities. They define micro-credentials, at least 33.1% based on that survey, as a certification of learning that can accumulate in a larger credential or degree and part of a portfolio that demonstrates individuals' proof of learning or have a value in itself. Others, on the other hand, call it a certification of assessed learning that is an additional, alternate, or complementary to a formal component or qualification. So these are definitions by the European Consortium of Innovative Universities. Another definition by UNESCO way back 2022. It's a record of focused learning achievement, verifying what the learner knows, understands, or can do. It also includes assessment based on clearly defined standards and is awarded to a trusted by a trusted provider. It also be considered as a standalone value and may also contribute to or complement to other micro-credentials or macro-credentials, including recognition of prior learning. It also states that it meets the standards required by relevant quality assurance. So as mentioned, as you can see, there are several ways of calling it, either micro-credentials as is or micro-credentials with a hyphen. Another definition by the International Institute of Education Planning of the UNESCO, based in Paris. Micro-credentials are simply defined as a small volume of certified competencies acquired through life experiences, work, or study. It can be awarded to the learners after they have taken a short course or through recognition of prior learning. Again, the word recognition of prior learning. So this, how we started with our micro-credentials program. I did mention earlier, we started with our online blended learning courses way back 2008. And several years later, around 2015, we thought about how do we add more value to our certificates. Our certificates are actually credited primarily since we started with our partnership with the academic institutions all over the Philippines and later on in Southeast Asia. Started by giving the institutions giving 3-unit credits to those who have completed our courses. Later on, we decided to introduce micro certification or micro credentials. Initially, we call it the Joint Graduate Diploma Program. Again, 2015, from 3 units to 6 units. Later on, the value of a certificate from CUNATEC added to 9 units. And when we introduced the Joint Graduate Diploma Program, which we call them, before we call it micro-credentials, we ended up with 18 units. So 3 certificates from CUNATEC will be equivalent to 18 units. Some will consider it as 21 units, so equivalent to a diploma, graduate diploma. And then later on, we call it the Micro-Credentials Program. So again, we call it the Joint Graduate Diploma Program. And around 2021, we call it the Enhanced Joint Graduate Diploma Program with the end view, as mentioned, being part of the Micro-Credentials Program, the end view is getting an official degree. So the Joint Graduate Diploma Program was reintroduced around 2023. And now we call it as Micro-Credentials Program. So what we do when we partner with academic institutions, CUNATEC per se is not a degree granting institutions. We're a training center. So our partners provide the degree, the degree courses. So prior to getting the degree or the graduate diploma, we provide them with all of this information like the course description, the learning objectives of our courses, the number of learning hours, competencies, even the topics and activities. Our partner universities then identify which subjects may be equivalent to CUNATEC courses. Initially, as mentioned, let us say STI Course 1 will be equivalent to Education Management 101. Initially, 3 units, and then eventually identify such other unit credits or unit subjects, and then it becomes part of a series of programs that will accumulate into 18 or 21 units, leading to a graduate diploma. So this is how we do it. The learner finishes, as mentioned, 3 courses. At least the course should be within 5 years. The learner submits the certificates to a college university where he or she intends to enroll, and the university grants the corresponding academic credits and certification subject to the processes and policies of the university concerned. So later in the year, around late 2023, as mentioned, I'm part of the Global Development Learning Network. It's a World Bank-initiated association of universities and training centers all over the world. We came up with this task force. How do we add value to the certificates issued by the association itself, the GDLN. So we came up with this. We call it our very own GDLN micro-credentials. So this is how we did it. So we looked at the increased integration in the traditional education. We looked at micro-credentials as becoming more integrated with traditional education pathways, allowing learners to combine micro-credentials with formal degrees. Universities and colleges may then offer micro-credentials as part of the degree programs or standalone options. When we look at customized learning pathways or personalized or customizable learning program, we look at continuing the evolution of offering more personalized and customizable learning pathways, where learners will be able to assemble micro-credentials into unique combinations, thereby aligning them with specific career goals. Another strategy that we look at is the so-called shorter, more focused programs, where micro-credentials may become even shorter and more focused, catering to the needs of just-in-time learning. This again could lead to proliferation of micro-credentials that may target very specific skills. Since we are already in the age of AI, we're also looking at an AI-enhanced learning and assessment, or a combination of micro-credentials and formal degrees, where we look at enhancing the design and assessment of micro-credentials programs and using adapted learning technologies so that we may provide personalized recommendations to help learner support. We're also looking at interdisciplinary programs, where we looked at blending skills for multiple fields, where industry can become more interdisciplinary, where micro-credentials may evolve to offer cross-disciplinary programs that can blend skills from multiple fields and prepare learners to roles that will require a combination of such expertise. And eventually, we also looked at the micro-credentials for soft skills, where we look at the leadership, communication, and emotional intelligence, where at this point are also valued, are not also, but valued by different organizations all over the world. So we look at beyond skills. We also look at experiential learning, where we looked at micro-credentials as some sort of internship, apprenticeship, or project-based work. We looked at evolving assessment methods, where we look at authentic assessments. We look at simulations or real-world projects. Micro-credentials can also be tied up with blockchain and digital credentialing. It means verifying and sharing with employers and educational institutions. I believe you're more or less familiar with the word blockchain technology. Global collaboration is another aspect of strategy when you look at micro-credentials. We look at the cross-cultural learning. Global standardization and recognition is also a unique preposition for micro-credentials program, where governments, industry associations, and educational institutions provide standards. And from these standards, you offer value. Your certificates would be based on your training program. The contents of the course contents will form part of the standards or aligns with the existing standards of the government and other international organizations. And then we also definitely need to look at quality assurance and accreditation. So all courses to be able to say, these are worth it. These are worth a micro-credentials. These are worth a degree. You need to look at seeking accreditation from bodies to ensure high-quality education standards. So that's how we look at future proofing again, integration with traditional education, customization or customization, shorter, more focused programs, AI enhanced, interdisciplinary program, micro credentials for soft skills, a method of making sure that everything would be experiential, making sure that the assessment methods will be evolving, uh, engaging in blockchain technology or digital credentialing, enhancing global collaboration, making sure that the standards are met, government as well as industry associations, even educational institutions. And finally, again, quality assurance and accreditation. If you ask me, you can actually use micro-credentials in two ways, either by way of a graduate program. In some countries, to be more specific, Indonesia, micro-credentials very popular, undergraduate degrees. So it's like getting an OJT. Instead of the usual OJT, you will only spend around 20 hours or 30 hours. You will actually be in part of the organization for about 2 years. And thereafter, I'm not saying that you'll be part of the organization on a full-time basis, but rather you're still part of your school, you're still studying, but half of your day or a number of hours are allocated to organization. Eventually, you become part of the organization afterwards. So what we're doing is, this is the so-called example, a perfect example of the industry education collaboration, where the industry provides the requirements. Okay, I need engineers. You go to the university and you ask them, these are the so-called competencies that are needed insofar as my organization is concerned. So this system will enable the university to identify which subjects will programs should be aligned, so that at the end of the day, the university need not look for alternatives like where would my graduates be employed after their life, academic life. So making sure that the micro-credentials program takes place. So your industry provides the contents, the requirements. The university takes charge of the recruitment of students who will form part of the industry on an OJT arrangement. And then eventually, after several years or after being trained, both academically from the university and the practical side of education from the industry. So these are examples again of micro-credentials and how we future-proof, making sure that our micro-credentials program would not be form part of the so-called history, will form part of the future of learning. So that's again, thank you everyone. That's future-proofing micro-credentials. Sorry, if there are questions, I cannot hear you. Sorry.
You were mentioning about the joint graduate program. May we know, or we're interested to know what are these specific degree program and what are those courses or offerings, and what is the degree program that will lead to the credential?
Okay, sorry, I did not get the actual question. But if you're referring to the programs of Simeonotech, I have already mentioned some of them, our Excels and Guru 21, our CTCF and others. We accumulate, once you accumulate the certificates, first accumulation or the 18 units, after getting 18 units from our partner universities, you receive a graduate diploma first, or part of the micro-credentials. Our end view actually is to come up with a master's, a joint master's program, similar perhaps to DAP. If I am sure everyone's familiar with DAP, we are looking at developing a master's degree in school management. That's our ultimate goal. So we will co-develop micro-credentials courses with our partner universities. As soon as they derive our accredit 18 units of our courses, then we will continue with the cooperation with the universities and come up with common courses so that we'll able to come up with a degree program later on. Thank you.
Any other follow-up questions? Or anyone from our online participants? Okay, so let's proceed with the awarding of certificate for our speaker. So this certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Juan Robertino Macalde, Manager, Learning Development and Implementation Office, Timeo Inotech, for being the speaker on the topic Future-Proofing the Micro-Credentials Program during the seminar on micro-credentialing. This seminar is part of the project Design and Implementation of Micro-Credentialing in Higher Education in the Philippines, led by Silliman University through the Global Studies Center, funded by the United Board for Christian Higher Education in Asia. Given this 8th day of February 2024, signed Dr. Dave E. Marshall, Director Dr. Mariano Silao, Global Studies Center, Silliman University, Philippines. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would have loved to be there physically, but unfortunately, I only received the notice 2 days ago. But certainly, if there would be a chance, I would love to go back, visit Silliman University. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, everyone. If there are questions or others, please do not hesitate to send me. And I believe I gave my email earlier. If there are questions after this seminar, I'm more than willing to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you once again. So in the previous discussion, certificates and badges were frequently referenced. What exactly do these entail? What do we stack competencies, organize them, and determine the awarding process? So to shed light on these questions, we're delighted to have Mr. Arik Lim, Solutions Engineer from Canvas, who will introduce us to an online credentialing system.
By sharing his. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you long name, but I hope that okay. Yeah. So I'd like to welcome everyone to this session, especially from the structure, better fighters campus. And for today's session, for this afternoon session, I will be presenting to you um, some, some micro-credentialing platform that we have on campus, as well as some of its advantages. So let me just go through our agenda. Within this hour, we will be talking about micro-badging, okay, for our millennial and Gen Z learners. So when you consider our learners these days, no, they are Gen Z, millennial, or the one in between. Okay. Number two, I'll be discussing Canvas credentials, which is going to be one of the highlights of this afternoon presentation. Then how do we work within Canvas credentials? And finally, we will do a short Q&A. I'm sure you will have questions throughout this presentation. If you can kindly, enter it in the chat box, or for those who are here this afternoon, if you could hold on to your questions until after the session so we can address them. Okay. So first, let's give context. Why is micro-badging important in today's learning environment? So basically, one of the main problems we are encountering these days is underemployment, either underemployment or misaligned. Okay? Um, I've had students previously who graduated are working in jobs that are not aligned to their courses. Okay? We have students that take jobs that they not necessarily studied for during college, and we also have for our postgrads, we have postgrad students who are teaching or doing something that is away from their actual course. So take me for example, I'm a communications major who is now in tech. So it's a bit misaligned. Okay, but with micro-credentialing, this is something that we can address. So students need a way to prove job readiness to employers. Okay? We have to be fair to our employers as well as students. Give them the capability to build up their own repertoire of skills. Okay? At the same time, give them the opportunities to learn. And for the employers, give them the opportunity to see what the students or the graduates are capable of. And this is where micro-credentialing comes in. So with Canvas credentials, or actually with Canvas credentials, we issue what we call open badges. These badges are stackable, they're verifiable and portable. Okay. Although you may think no badges, micro badging, it's online. Not all micro badges work together. Okay. Some micro badges from other websites, they don't work with credentials. Some micro badges, they don't mix well together. With Canvas credentials, we are able to provide you with a badge that is applicable to all. Okay, applicable to all as long as they have the ability to incorporate open badges. And open badges is a standard. It's a worldwide standard that allows Canvas credentials to be incorporated into other websites as well. So how does it work? So a micro-credential or a badge is composed of many different things, many layers. You can see here very technical terms. Okay? You can see here the different criteria of a micro-badge. And the most important thing is that a certain badge in Canvas always has information within it. Okay? And this will allow the employer to have a quick view and as well as an in-depth view on what the badge is all about or what the credential is all about. It also incorporates metadata. Okay, so this is very technical math. So within that badge, there are certain data that is required by the student or required by the institution to achieve that certain badge. And this is incorporated in the badge itself so that, for example, when the student shows the employer, I have this badge, the employer can open it and see the different criteria on how this badge was received. Okay? Did the student take this course? Did the student complete this module? Did the student finish this assignment? Okay? These micro badges are designed to give the most information in one quick view. So baking metadata, ingredients and recipe for a fully baked badge. Okay, these are the components of our badges in Canvas. So Open Badges community, this is how it works now. So learners earn the badge, organizations issue the badges, So the badge will receive a value. Okay, there will be a perceived value. So for our younger audience, you can think of this as like your Bitcoin. So there's perceived value in a badge. Okay, there's something valuable within the badge that employers can see, and this is what is important in today's environment in micromanagement. So here's the process of how it goes. Okay, so you have your issuer, your recipient, your employers, and college admins to acknowledge and to validate the information in order to verify the badge. So one of the most important points with microbadging is lifelong learning, and I think this was mentioned before. No? Because microbadging is a lifelong adventure, it's important we make it portable. And with Canvas credentials, we're able to make our badges portable such that the student can take these anywhere, to any website, to any online platform, and share it. Maybe through Facebook, through LinkedIn, through Twitter, or X for that matter. The students can share these badges. They can collect them and send links, and the employers can simply click on the links and they will see all the badges of the students. So with Canvas, this is our process. Okay? Open technology standards are the foundation of interoperability. So I mentioned here Canvas, but Canvas credentials specifically works with all platforms. Okay? We are highlighting Canvas as it is the platform that works best with Canvas credentials, but as mentioned, Canvas credentials can be a standalone platform that work well with other platforms as well. As long as there is a open badge standard for that platform, we can incorporate Canvas credentials with it. So one of our features, which I will showcase later, is called the pathway. A pathway is basically a journey or a design journey by an issuer on what the students will need to achieve in order to receive a badge. Okay, certain badges have several requirements, and this is what we call our pathway badges. So to sum it all up, DLDR, okay, let's just make it quick and simple. The importance of micro-credentials with Canvas. Number one, it allows students to customize, to tailor fit, and to align their professional skills with their desired career path. Okay. An example of which, I'll use my personal example. As for me, who's taking up communication for my master's, but I'm also in the education sector, it would be nice for me to have badges under the field of education. Okay, maybe in another college or in another university, maybe they have a education program, like a short-term program with micro badging. This would be good to incorporate in my badge, my learning passport. Number two, to develop the interest for lifelong learning. I think this is overlooked these days now. With students, and graduates getting younger and younger, lifelong learning has, become second thought. And I think it's important that as we produce more and more graduates every year, we always we impart to them the importance of lifelong learning. Okay? To continuously learn and to strive to be better than they were when they were in college. And it has to be continuous, it has to be reevaluated once in a while. Okay? And it's important that lifelong learning has becomes ingrained in their professional development. Number three, allow students to stack important skills in education attainment for potential job opportunities. Okay? This is important in the working environment. No? We need to be able to provide our potential employers with the skills and the skill set and the skill set that we have, and be able to present it to them so that they know what they are getting out of us. Number four, for the instructors, it provides instructors insights with student attainments and goals. Okay? As an instructor, if micro-badging or Canvas credentials is implemented, it allows you to see what the students are working towards. Okay? Because as mentioned, it's a lifelong learning journey. Teachers would want to see, where is the student at and where is he or she proceeding towards. And number five, instructors are able to tailor fit experiences based on industry standard practices. So this is mainly for higher education and professional development. We are able to design courses based on what the students would want to learn and what are the standards using badges. Okay. So allow me to switch my screen, and I want to showcase to you Canvas credentials. So I want to start off by going through the student experience and showing you what Canvas credentials looks like, for our students, for our um, audience. So yeah, here in my screen, what you see now is Canvas credentials. Okay, very basic, very clean interface. Okay, and this is what we call, or this is the backpack, the learner's backpack. Basically, once the student enters Canvas credentials, they will be given the list of badges that they have. These badges are not exclusive to Canvas credentials. If they earn a badge from a different website, they can simply add the badge to Canvas credentials. So you can think of Canvas credential not just as a micro badging website, but also a passport. So this is what we call the learner's passport. It allows the learner to incorporate different badges from different websites into one platform. You can also have collections if you want to organize, or the students who want to organize the badges they have collected. Okay? So let's go a bit more into detail. What are badges? So as mentioned, badges, once you click on it, you will see the criteria. Okay. You will see the skills associated with. Okay. And you can also share these badges now. So if I click share here, I can share it as a link. So for example, this one, I can copy paste it on Facebook. So if I want to grab it to my friends, like I earned a badge on Facebook, I can just simply copy and share. Actually, my social hero. So I can just add it to my Facebook. Most importantly, I can add it to my LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is a very big deal when it comes to recruitment these days. You also have JobStreet, you have LinkedIn, JobStreet. I'm not sure of the other recruitment websites, but yeah, as long as they have a website, okay, you can share it via link, via HTML, or via social media. Okay. So as mentioned, each badge will contain the criteria. It will contain the information necessary for that student to earn the badge. Now let's move on to the bigger side of things, which is called the pathway. So pathway is probably one of the most important features of Canvas credentials, and this is going to be one of the key details or the key factors that will help students decide on how they want to learn what they want to learn and help instructors design their materials. Pathways are basically tailor-fitted learning journeys created by issuers or maybe per department, per college, per course. And it allows them to create a list of requirements or prerequisites for a student to earn a specific badge. Okay? So for example, for this pathway, you can see the end goal is creative engineering. Okay? Then along the path, you will see different requirements for each level in order to attain this final creative engineering badge. If you click on each badge, you will see the required steps. Okay? So there are prerequisite steps for each part of this pathway with the end goal in mind of creative engineering. So pathways can be used to design courses. So if this is integrated in Canvas, basically it tells the student what they need to cover within that specific course or multiple courses. So it can be more than one course. Then what the final end goal badge would be. So it's going to allow you, the institution, to create different paths on how to achieve a certain goal. Okay? And it's not a one size fits all, no. So each pathway can be designed in such a way that there are different requirements wherein the student will not have to finish everything, but they can finish maybe 80% of it. They can finish specific activities of their choosing instead of having to do a script. No. So it's important that we give the student some flexibility on what they want to learn. Okay. So let me just finish up. Okay. So you have your pathways, you have your backpack, okay? And you have your issuers. Issuers are, later I will show you, but basically issuers are the different departments, the different systems that are giving out badges. Now, how does Canvas credential look like in an LMS? So let's take, for example, let's use Canvas. Okay, so I do hope everyone's aware of what Canvas is. No? So it's a learning management system, one of the biggest learning management systems in the world. Okay, and it's a very open platform. Okay, so it allows integration in, not just Instructure or Canvas products, but also other platforms as well. So if you want Google Meet, you want Zoom, okay, you can see naman, we can incorporate it. Okay. And Canvas credentials works best with Canvas. Now, in a course, so imagine Canvas as a different, the elements of your choosing one. So some of you are using Open LMS, some are using Blackboard. Credentials can be incorporated. And as a student, I can see my goals under credentials. So here, I can see the different badges that I can accomplish or I can attain in this course. And the great thing about this, working in Canvas, is the fact that each requirement can be tied to a specific assignment. Okay. So as a student, I can see, okay, this course has these badges. Okay, which one do I want to attain? Okay. If I want to complete all, okay, so I just click on the badge. What do I need to do? Complete the Canvas module 1. Okay, I click on it, then it redirects me to module 1. Okay. Now, if a course, so let me show you an example, another example. So here's a course with a simple credentials list. So here you can see the only badge here is attendance. And I just have to complete the introduce yourself part. All I have to do as a student, if I want to achieve this badge, I just go to assignments or modules, sorry. I look for introduce yourself, okay. I click reply. Okay. I have it here. And after a few minutes, okay, I will receive the badge. Let's see if it reflects real time one. Okay, so I think I will need the teacher account to acknowledge the submission. But this should update once that the students or the teacher have acknowledged the submission. And the great thing about this, again, it helps the student work towards a specific goal. So for example, in a course, okay, you can have multiple badges that, for example, you want your course to specialize in communication, specialize in education, you can input in Canvas or your LMS of choosing the different subject matter, then have badges as a way to guide your students on what they need to learn to achieve a certain mastery for that specialization. Now, let's take a look at campus credentials in the teacher environment. Okay, so I think this is important also for our admins and our instructors. Okay. So give me a few seconds to set this up. Yeah, so let me share my screen again. So this is an instructor view or an instructor's view. So as an instructor, there are several benefits to having credentials. So aside from creating specializations or creating tailor-fitted learning paths for your students, you're also able to use credentials as a means to motivate your students. So one of the key factors in Canvas credentials is the leaderboard feature. The leaderboard feature will allow you to gamify or at least create a sense of urgency among the students. You would want your students to compete in a friendly competition. Who can earn the most badge? Okay? It allows, not just for them to accomplish that goal, but also ensure that the students are learning as the progress or the process goes on. Now, as an instructor, it's very simple. Okay, I'm not going to highlight this too much, but all you have to do If you want to create badges for this, okay, very simple. So let's go to the campus website or the campus credentials. Let's go to issuers. So I'll show you how badges are prepared, just so you have an idea also. So badges are created in a very simple format or a very simple way. All you have to do is to name a badge, okay? Put an image into it, okay? Then provide a description. Okay? Then you can enter an earning criteria. How will the students earn this badge? Okay? There are other information as well that you can fill up, and you can even have certifications. So as the student, they are able to print out the certificates as well. So each batch will have a certificate tied to it, which they can print out. Next with pathways, okay, as mentioned, pathways is a combination of badges within your LMS as well as outside, so that the students can be guided accordingly on what they need to achieve. So let's do a sample. So here is how pathways are created. As you can see, pathways will allow you to add steps each step of the way so that the students are guided accordingly. What do they need to achieve in order to achieve the final batch? Okay, so with the instructor, again, it's very simple. It's very simple to use. Once you subscribe to campus credentials, okay, we will be giving more guidance and more assistance on how to do this. But rest assured, anyone interested or anyone willing to give it a try or give it a go, it's going to be a lot easy. It's very easy, very very easy to learn. Okay? So now let's take a look at administrative. Okay? Within the administrative purpose of campus badges, okay, or campus credentials, it allows you to see the overall distribution of the badges within your institution. So if you divided your institution according to colleges or according to different departments, you will see which department is issuing how many badges, how many students are attaining those badges. Okay. You can see data at the bottom. Okay. How are the badges being shared? How are the badges being distributed by the students? So are they sharing more on LinkedIn? Are they sharing more on Facebook? Okay. And what are the most shared badges? Okay, what are badges? What are the badges that are being shared by the students to the different social media platforms? Now you may think, no, why is this important? Okay, it gives you an idea on what space the students or what environment the students are working in. And with that, you can utilize those spaces in order to maximize the students' access or the students' interest. No? So for example, if the students are sharing most on LinkedIn, you would want to prepare badges that are more geared towards professional development. Some badges that are geared very professionally, they're labeled accordingly. If you see students are sharing more on Facebook, okay, maybe you want very fun badges, or usually this is generally true for younger learners. So some learners they share the badges on Facebook, and these badges tend to be more fun, more lax, but it still holds some value to it. It still holds a value. And it also shows you, as an admin, it's going to show you the different, you know, the participants of your institution as well as your administrators as well. So right now, what I gave you is a very quick overview of badges, Canvas credentials. It's a very basic platform. It's something that, I believe will be really, really useful in helping your students grow, okay, and to continue lifelong learning. And I think I want to put my emphasis on that. Canvas Credentials is a strong platform for lifelong learning. Okay? And microbadging in general is something that we need in the 21st century as educators. It is something that we need to help develop the youth into, you know, more substantial, into a substantial workforce. Okay? With that, I'd like to open the floor for any questions, for any comments from our participants in person, as well as the Zoom call. Yes, sir.
Um, how can institutions or HEIs integrate Canvas credential systems to, to provide a verified micro credentials or badges?
So the way Canvas credentials work, is it works through API. So as long as your, for example, your institution has an LMS, as long as it's able to communicate with Canvas credentials. So this is a little bit more technical, but as long as your LMS is able to communicate with another website, Canvas credentials is always an option to be integrated with your LMS. So we've had Canvas credentials work with even our competing LMS platforms. So it just works best in Canvas LMS. But if you're using, let's say, OpenLMS or Blackboard or B2L, it's able to integrate as well. It's able to communicate to the platforms.
Okay.
Doesn't need to be Canvas. It's just it works best when you have Canvas.
So how is the verification of badges
Okay.
done?
So it's verified through institutional level. So let me explain this a bit better. So each institution, okay, will have different issuers. So the issuers are what we call the different departments. So you have Department of Accounting, Science, Education, etc. As long as the badge come from these issuers, it will be verified already. Or as long as it's within the institution. If the badge is outside of an institution, if it's an open badge, it should be verifiable already. So the open badge is what we call the standard. Each open badge has a verifiable information within it. Okay? And if you incorporate that in my Canvas credentials, as long as it holds the metadata, it holds the verification. Once it comes in, it's going to be verified. Any more questions? So let me check the chat also. Questions? Yes, boss.
It's quite out of the topic, but what's your opinion on putting badges or micro credentials in blockchain?
Blockchain. Okay. So
is it more secure?
Like web 3.0. Definitely when it comes to security, sir, badges in itself has its own metadata. So badges itself, it's pretty much secure already. If you put it in blockchain technology, say, so you're saying like if students can purchase the badges?
Yeah, parang, because blockchain is wide reach, so people can, even the industry can see those, and it can be advertised much quicker compared to if it's Canva. So there are industry still needs to search for Canva to look for credentials, or the student itself needs to share those credentials or those badges. But if it's blockchain, right, it's like an open market that anybody can see it. That para bang something like that. No?
Yeah, I think there are issues with privacy when it comes to blockchain technology, especially if we are talking about student information within badges. It might clash with certain data privacy acts when it comes to protection of our students, especially for our minors. So yeah, I think not yet. Eventually, maybe. But I think it has, kasi blockchain itself has many issues when it comes to privacy and security. So I think it's something that hopefully will develop in time. We'll be up to date when that happens. Any more questions? Okay, so with that note, I'd like to thank everyone for their time. Really appreciate this opportunity. And if you have any questions or any further questions, you may reach out to me or Ms. Shiva over there. Okay, we can give you a more in-depth view of what campus credentials is to give you more details that if you might be interested. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eric Lim. We will be, may I call on Dr. Cleope and Dr. Dave to help us award a certificate of recognition to our esteemed speaker. So this certificate is awarded to Eric Lim, Solutions Engineer Canvas, for being a resource speaker on the topic Micro-credentialing in Higher Education with Canvas Credentialing during the seminar on micro-credentialing. This seminar is part of the project Design and Implementation of Micro-credentialing in Higher Education in the Philippines, led by Silman University through the Global Study Center, funded by the United Board for Christian Higher Education in Asia, given this 8th day of February in the year of the Lord 2024. Signed, Dr. Dave E. Marshall, Director, Dr. Mariano Silao, Global Study Center, Silman University, Philippines. So without any delay, we will be moving to our next activity or speaker, which will be the collaborative exercise. So may I call back Dr. Dave Marshall, please.
In the next hour, let's deepen more our understanding about micro-credential. This morning, we heard about the different definitions from different perspective, from industry, from the academe, and from a training facility like the CMEO. There are different ways to look at micro-credentials. We also hear about a sample platform from Canvas. The question of Engineer Clean is sort of how to collaborate different issuer or different provider of micro-credential so that the badge can identify a certain achiever and a certain issuer. That is why in any micro-credentialing system, there should be a network. Because if the school, for example, cannot just simply say, okay, we can grant micro-credential course. That's not possible. So it needs a network that will credit and that will accept with open hearts in their policy to accredit and to give credit to micro-credential courses. And I know it's not easy because we have academic policies to look at. We have different policies and guidelines as far as crediting is concerned. CHED alone has a memo or has a circular on how to credit units for PAASCO, PAHUPOA, and all those accreditations. We don't even credit courses when these courses are taken from different universities or other accrediting agency or do not achieve a certain level of accreditation. It's similar scenario. There should be a network that will agree to each other that they will credit or they will recognize uh, micro-credential or stackable courses. Okay, this morning and toward the end before me, we learned about micro-credential and we know that micro-credential is a proof of learning outcomes that a learner has acquired following short. I think the question is how short is short, right? What do you think? How short is short in a micro-credential program? For those who completed a certificate course on Coursera, what's the shortest period that you completed a Coursera course? Anyone? 10 minutes. Leonard? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay. 10 minutes. What's this subject matter? Python programming. Python programming. Very related to the course. That's really a professional development. Have you taken a Coursera course or any MOOCs program that is very far from your field of specialization? For example, cooking. Have you taken a course in Coursera about cooking? What about gardening? I tried all of this, but never completed a course. Why I'm trying to share this because micro-credentialing does not necessarily always be for professional and serious academic learning. It could be for fun and it could be for something else. That's how micro-credentialing works. Because this morning and kanina, puro mga sobrang mabigat na mga micro-credential program, lifelong learning, and so on and so forth. So these learning outcomes have been assessed. So it has to be assessed. That is why we have to be bounded on the outcomes-based education. We have to be bounded on the PQF. Okay? When we say 10 minutes, what do you think is the learning outcome that has been achieved with a 10-minute course? It's under the lowest Bloom's taxonomy, most probably remembering. Do we allow that in a micro-credential course? And let's have the other side. What's the longest so far that you have completed in Coursera? Have you tried 6 months? Anyone? Or not months, maybe hours, like 38 hours, 48 hours. But for asynchronous, there are some that will up to like 6 months for asynchronous learning. There are also synchronous, and there are also live attendance to a particular course. So basically, there are different modalities when it comes to credentials and when it comes to budget. Any one of you here personally see or have access to a digital badge? Yung mini-mention kanina ni Eric, what a digital badge. Sinong merong LMS sa university nila? Okay. Have you tried playing around giving badge to your students? If they achieve a certain outcome or if they achieve a certain assessment, there's a badge. If you're using Moodle, there is a badge. For sure, Canvas also. Badge. Ano po bang mga LMSs natin? Neo, alam ko si Neo, may badge din yan. Merong galing dyan. So in micro-credential also, the proof is contained in a certified document. Yung sinasabi ni Eric kanina, the metadata, it's a very technical word, Eric. Metadata is basically just a digital document. Inside that document, you will find hidden information. And some are not hidden. So, merong mini-mention si Eric about batch name, issuer, all those information are pag i-analogy natin, para siyang information in a certificate. Meron kang name, meron kang pangalan ng school, kanino yung certificate, merong number of hours, may signature, and so on and so forth. Micro-credentialing or credentialing system is really a system that is secure because it is different to just have an LMS and then you will say, okay, we will do badging. But fortunately, we can actually do badging in our own classroom. It is just that the credentialing process is different if we have a credentialing online system. Okay? And micro-credentials are owned by the learner. Kasi we are the one who completed it. And then can be shared. Yung sinasabi din ni Eric kanina na portable. So what does it mean? Kasi portable, we can share it to, if we wanted a university to have it accredited, so it must be portable to their university. The information can be carried out. Yung tanong ni Clint kanina to Eric is paano, tapos si Eric mentioned about different departments, that department can actually be other schools. If we can give account to other schools to be part of the ecosystem who can issue the badge. So in other words, pwede siyang si Canva, nag-subscribe si SchoolX, but in the subscription, dahil merong sistema, merong network ang isang SchoolX who subscribe to Canva, they can give account as part of the ecosystem to issue a badge or a certificate. They are underpinned by the quality assurance following agreed standards. I just want to highlight on the quality assurance because in many literature of micro-credentialing, it always emerges on the quality. For example, School X has their own quality standards when it comes to creation of the course outline. And then here comes School Y, which not so good in the quality assurance when it comes to instructional designing and so on and so forth. That is why it needs to be an ecosystem. It needs to be a network to develop that so that you will agree and meet one policies and guidelines. Next slide. The course of the discussion also this morning, next slide, told us that in micro-credentialing, there is a certain scope, that micro-credentials are often competency-based, meaning learners must demonstrate mastery of specific skills or competencies to earn the credential. For example, sabi ni Sir, meron siyang 10 minutes Python, most probably is just all about understanding a variable, which is also perhaps a very specific lesson in a class. Diba? In our syllabus, meron tayong learning outcomes. Tapos meron tayong topic. Pwede na yung topic, i-divide natin yun, then we can produce several stackable courses. This can be involved completing assessment, projects, or practical exercises that showcase their understanding and application of the material. So meaning pala sir, pag mag-attend lang ako ng isang workshop at natutulog, pwede ko na bang bigyan ng badge? Yun ang tanong. Diba? Actually, pwede. Hindi natin pwedeng sabihin hindi. Kasi what if ang learning outcomes lang is just simply familiarizing the words. And then you're there, sitting down, listening, and then you become familiar. The next question is, how can you showcase your understanding? How can you showcase the acquired skill? Kaya papasok si assessment in any micro-credential. So hindi totoo na ang dali lang yung micro-credential kasi you will just attend workshop tapos papadala parang si PD. No, di ba? Minsan si PD magbabayad ka lang kasi kailangan ng 18 units ng CPD. Tapos okay na. Minsan kasi mag-attend tayo ng workshop, walang mga assessment, walang mga evaluation, di ba? Or evaluation of the training. What's the CPD? That's different from micro-credential. We know also that in establishing a micro-credential and stackable courses, we need partners and we need collaborators. It was mentioned but this morning that micro-credential is driven by the industry. Okay? In the literature of lang, may difference pala pag sinasabi natin yung course, yung curriculum natin is industry-driven and industry-tailored and industry need. Although more or less similar, anchored to industry, but different ways pala siya. When we say daw industry-driven, of course, it's not necessary to tailor everything to the industry. It's just simply providing an inclination towards the achievement of your learning outcome as required by the course in preparation for the next skill set. Para ready. Para hindi na kailangan i-train si estudyante pag nag-work. Di ba sabi kanina, after graduation, we have to give them 3 to 6 months training. So it's a waste of time to the industry. Kasi because perhaps the curriculum that we offer is not industry driven. In other words, when they go to work, nose dip kasi iba yung term, iba yung terminology, iba yung process. Kasi the curriculum that we offer is not industry driven. The second is tailored to industry. You develop your curriculum or you design your instructional or instructions or your course tailored to certain industry. For example, and my example is an exaggeration. For example, I'm offering Filipino, but I designed my curriculum Filipino for Chinese speakers. Did you get the point? Or a Filipino for company X. So that's tailored to. You are not shifting the learning outcome, but the strategy is tailored to a certain group of industry. For example, Python programming. Pwede siyang maging tailored to industry if you will call a certain company or a BPO kung ano yung product ino-offer nila. So you teach according to, tailored to the skill set that they are looking for. The third one daw is industry need. Ito talagang sasabihin ni industry, magturo kayo ng ganito kasi ito yung gusto namin skill set. Ito is problematic because in the commission higher education, meron tayong required learning outcomes, meron tayong required LOs and course outcome and everything. Most of the institutions who apply industry need, doon nila pinapasok doon sa elective courses. Hindi pwede sa major courses. So kaya meron mga elective or specialization, elective course. But let's accept the fact that many of us, our elective is a forced elective. No? Forced elective kasi nga due to the number of students that we have, it's not cost effective to the university. So those are the different those are according to the literature, according to lang, when developing a course, a stackable courses that is for the industry. It could be industry driven, tailored to industry and the industry need. But to us, that's similar. That's coming from or demanded from the industry. Next. We know also, especially this morning, that in micro-credentialing, in any perspective, like in the education, we always start with policy, right? So micro-credential is anchored in the different policies in the country. The Philippine Qualification Framework, our framework also is in consonant to the one presented this morning in the Association of Southeast Asian Nations Qualification Reference Framework, the Philippine Tibet Competency Assessment and Certification, the Digital Workforce Competitive Act. How many of you here attended public hearing by the Joint Technical Working Group, Tibet, TESDA, Commission on Higher Education, Ministry of DepEd, circulating about the Digital Workforce Competitive Act? Because the next to that, the implementing guidelines is to incorporate that into our curriculum. That's the role of the Commission on Higher Education. The latest now is on the Senate bill of the proposed Batang Magaling Act. And this is, today is actually the hearing of the inclusion of micro-credentials. Okay? So, in other words, time will come that we can receive a memo now uh, or a survey perhaps from the Commission on Higher Education asking what's our perspective or how can we move on or how can we implement micro-credentials in our respective school. We know also that in any innovations in teaching and learning, there is always a challenge, di ba? Especially those matagal na dyan, especially those that, innovations na naman, no? Babalik na naman tayo sa simula. There are many challenges, especially this kind of innovation. Hindi siya masyadong, because this is very innovative. You just imagine a degree program, pwede tayong mag-grant if you have hundreds of short courses, tapos bigyan ka kaagad ng degree program. Who would have thought na mangyayari yan, di ba? Kasi ang inisip natin, degree program is a traditional classroom. You have to attend 3 hours a week, face-to-face before, but now it's flexible. So number one in the list, the challenges is standardization and quality assurance. Literature is always saying that we can mitigate this problem if there is a network. If there is a network, who will agree when it comes to standardization and on the quality assurance? As I mentioned, different perspective. UPOU, they have their own policies already. They crafted, they implemented it, and they establishing also a network, especially for state universities and colleges. And that's what we are here, especially for ACSEU. We wanted to have a flavor of a micro credential uh, that will that will somehow reflect on the vision mission of the organization. Another challenge is on recognition and transferability. Again, the literature is saying that if you have a network, it's going to be easy that a certain issuer can recognize a micro credential. How many schools here, or for example, if si Leonard ba nakakuha na ng Coursera, from what school is it? From what school? For example, sasabihin natin, MIT. Pag sasabihin ni Leonard, tapos mag-enroll si Leonard ng Masters of Information Systems at Silliman, at magdadala si Leonard sa akin, being the coordinator of our MIS program, sir, can you accredit my certificate? This is coming from MIT. I cannot say yes, because we don't have a policy in that. But I can do that in my class. I'll tell you, I'll share you that we are doing that already in our respective classes. It's not really micro-credentialing, but the concept is already there later on. There is also a so-called equity and accessibility. Equity, again, the number one challenge is, sabihin kasi ni university, mag-grant ka ng degree, saan ang intern natin dyan? Kumuha siya ng mga micro-credential stackable courses from other universities. So, yung ibang university ang nagkapera. Tapos here, Silliman is the granting degree. So, paano yan? So, i-embed ba? So, when you want to apply to Silliman, i-embed ba kung anong total cost? Like, if the total cost of a degree program 650, magpa-accredit ka, and then automatic, if you can pay 650,000, there you can get the degree program. Things like those. That has to be discussed. Learner motivation and engagement. To us, teacher is going to be easy. Madali lang yan. It's a matter of instructional designing. The top three kasi is more on administrative and operations. The fourth, learner motivation and engagement, instructional designing. Take note that many of the micro-credentials is competency, skills-based, and some are competency. And many in the micro-credentials are from remembering actually up to the middle, but there are few, but majority of the micro-credentials are from remembering up to the middle in the Bloom's taxonomy. Then of course, data privacy and security that in the Philippines is not really that problematic because we're we're not yet aware how these things are going on. No? Yes. Di pa natin alam ano yung mga codes in a badge, no? Codes in a certificate. Oo. Tapos pag may certificate tayo, post picture, tapos publish natin sa Facebook, hindi natin alam, meron na palang metadata doon. Yung ini-explain kasi ni Eric kanina, metadata, all information is there. And once it is centralized, it can be retrieved. Then professional development for educators. Our project with the United Board from the lens of a faculty development. So our perspective in developing and crafting micro-credentials is really for faculty. So that means if that's for faculty, leading towards master's degree program, PhD degree program. Because that's the focus of the United Board for Christian Higher Education. Okay, one of those challenges are academic policies. We have to go back because it involves the academic community. For sure, your academic council, it's gonna be something historical. If you will think of a micro credential, that this BSIT, we will allow 40 or we will allow 18 units micro credentials that has to be taken somewhere, and that there are form of assessment so that it can be taken, or the other way around, that Silliman University will be offering micro credential courses, and that can be credited to Philamer, that can be credited to Foundation, and so on and so forth. But you cannot just develop that because there should be an academic policy, because this is a degree program. You will touch a degree program, and we cannot revise any academic policy because that is degree, and a degree is always bounded to academic policies. Then delivery and modality. Well, the Commission on Higher Education recognized that the flexibility of our delivery. Coursera is always mentioned. So you can imagine that in micro-credential, online learning is on the top list. No? Online learning, asynchronous learning, and others. That's when it comes to delivery. Modality, whether synchronous or asynchronous, or you want a hybrid, or you want a hybrid, or do you want to stop a course that has no face-to-face component, things like that. Then, of course, how are you going to do your quality assurance and the equivalency system? A while ago, I asked, oh, sure. No? How many units? Like for a 3 unit, how can we divide a 3-unit degree, a course that is attached to a degree program, and you wanted to divide it into stackable courses? So, pwede bang 10 na micro-credential or stackable courses, then I will accredit it to a 3-credit unit? The answer is either yes or no. It depends on your equivalency system. It depends on your policies and guidelines. After all, equivalency in many literature is not about 1:1, like 1 hour, then automatic 1 unit. There are many, like even if you take like 18 hours, credit lang 0.5 unit. Because that 18 hours, hindi titingnan yung duration. Ang titingnan talaga is the learning outcome. Pag nag-swap or tugma to the degree program. That is why an issuer, yung sinasabi ni Eric, issuer is the granting institution. The granting institution should develop a micro-credential that is obviously anchored on a certain degree program. And that issuer should be familiar and must be well-versed on the learning outcomes that has to be achieved in any stackable courses. Or for example, sasabihin ni Philamer, sige sir, we want to join into the network. Pero mag-o-offer kami ng mga stackable courses all about, let's say for example, literature in this blah blah blah. But we are offering 6 equivalent stackable courses. Hindi pwedeng sasabihin ni ma'am na, we nag-underwent na ito ng quality assurance namin. Hindi. Kailangan titingnan din ng issuing or issuer or the issuing institution paano ginawa. No? So, that's that. Okay, there are different mechanisms. No? Uh, how to start? No? How to start? Let's start with a practice first. This is what we do together with my colleague Alpi in our classes. Um, if you want to feel how micro-credentialing works, at least the equivalency, the crediting, not really the micro-credential, you can start in like in your sub or in your course, in the subject that you are handling. For example, you have a 54-hour lecture, 3 units, right? And then for example, that 54-hour one sem. Tapos meron kang isang learning outcomes dyan na available sa Coursera. Pwede mong ilagay sa syllabus mo that in this topic, students will do equivalency. Let them enroll in a Coursera course in a university that offering this, and then i-credit mo siya. Mag-submit sila ng completion certificate. In many completion, may mga ratings. May mga ratings dyan. So, pasubmitin mo sila. So, ginawa ko yan sa masters ko, no? So, sobrang busy. Ginawa ko yan sa masters ko. I handle educational technology and then master's program, graduate program. So, sasabihin ko, in this topic, submit to me at least 18-hour blah, blah, blah na certificate. And then you already passed to this particular learning outcome. You know, because these are Coursera, they underwent also quality standards. And you just imagine if they got the certificate from Stanford University, from MIT, from Columbia, from Jersey University, right? So why not? It can be a substitute, yung sinasabi ko, it could be a substitute to a required topic or assessment. So for example, for one particular topic, alam mong boring kasi it's all remembering. O why not tell them, go to Coursera and get a certificate in this? Do you allow that? That's the next question. Do you allow that in your no? Right now, we have a partnership with Hong Kong Baptist University with our CTL, Technology, Teaching and Learning. Hong Kong Baptist University is offering a teaching and learning process topic, Alpino, teaching and learning process in Hong Kong Baptist University. All our students require namin to enroll at Hong Kong Baptist University, but that is only as one topic in the class. Still, Alpi will be monitoring to them, but the students need to enroll to that Hong Kong Baptist course. Yun ang substitute to a required topic for assessment. Another option is, or another way to integrate in our class as an option of a learning path. It's been always an issue that, or it's always been a suggestion that on the first day, we always ask our students what are the things that they want to learn. Because sabi nila, now in the generative AI, personalized learning is highly recognized. And when you do personalized learning, there is always a so-called learning path. O for example, tatanungin mo si estudyante, what do you want? Do you want to attend in face-to-face? Or do you want to get a micro-credential classes in Coursera or somewhere else and then just submit it to me? Kasi not all students are, I mean, for sure in a class, meron ka talagang advanced students. And why compel them to attend and listen to you na alam mong mas magaling pa yung estudyante mo? And why won't you tell them, for an advanced project, go to this Coursera, enroll, and submit to me your certificate. That could be one. Another is a requirement, of course. Ito, masyadong ano. So, final project. Alam mo yung estudyante na pagbigyan mo ng final project, alam mo chicken lang gagawin niya. Di ba? I mean, it's easy for that student to develop. So instead of saying, okay, our final project is this, why won't you give another requirement, enroll, and then you'll be exempted in the final project. So that could be an alternative. It's not yet micro-credentialing equivalency, but at least you could start practicing, embracing innovations, because teaching and learning nowadays is not all about us teacher providing input, but facilitating, open educational resources. There's a lot. Okay. Next, This one is the actual integrate into the degree program. So for example, Bachelor of Science in Music. So you can incorporate elective course, no? An elective course. So instead of the students will be getting an elective course in Siliman for a elective course, you can simply say, get a micro-credential course from somewhere, performance, piano, and then we can accredit that as one equivalent elective course. Okay? So if an elective course is a 3 unit and 54 hours or 54 contact hours, there should be a mechanism that when they perform live or when they sing in the singing contest, how much hour is to be credited to that or how much unit is to be credited to that. Okay? So for example, in the capstone, are we willing that instead of a capstone, we will let them immerse, and then that equivalent internship could be credited as one or a 1 unit or whatsoever. Then a substitute of a required course. So mayroong project management offered in a classroom. And for sure, for a project management to realize for the students the practice of project management, what if a micro-credential course that the students will be immersed for 3 hours in a certain project? And then there's going to be a mechanism to evaluate, to assess the student, and so on and so forth. You can also integrate it as a minor or a field of specialization. That's two. There was also a mention this morning that we can offer a standalone, no? A standalone certification. So you have your transcript and then certification of the completion of the knowledge skills from the staff micro credentials or stackable courses. So the standalone certification is not attached to any degree program, existing degree program, but it is attached to an identified degree program somewhere else. Parang sinabi kanina ni Semyo Inotech that if you accumulated 18 units and then they have a network and then the network will identify all these stackable courses, pwede kitang i-grant ng BS in psychology. Pwede kitang i-grant ng BS in IT, 18 units. We have to take note that equivalency is not all the time degree program, but equivalency can be staggered. Pwedeng ipa-accredit. For example, you need 18 units for something, for an industry that requires 18 units. So, pwede kang mag-evaluate o pwede kang what's this, for a 18 unit if you have that number of micro-credential courses. Okay. This is what I know. Stop. Okay? Stop lang. Back. We know that in a degree program, there is a course, right? Course 1, assuming that is a major. And then course 2, mayroong minor. Or course 3, it could be an elective. Or a course 4, it could be a specialization. We know also, ako na lang, Steve. We know also that in a course, merong learning outcomes yan. Di ba? Imposibleng wala. No? Wala lang yan kasi hindi nag-prepare ng syllabus si teacher. No? But by principle, imposibleng walang learning outcome ang isang course. So, meron talagang learning outcome. So, we know that in a course, merong learning outcome. Depende. No? Average ng learning outcome sa school niyo, ilan? 4. No? 4.5. Kasi 4 or 5. Sige, 4 or let's read 4.5. So, we know that there is a learning outcomes 1, learning outcomes 2, and learning outcomes 3. In every learning outcome, there are series of activities, right? There are series of assessment also. Hindi pwedeng one learning outcome, one assessment. Hindi pwedeng gano'n. Hindi rin pwedeng one learning outcome, one topic. Hindi rin gano'n. It comprises of several. Okay? One learning outcome comprises of several topics, several strategies, several assessment, and several rubrics for the evaluation of your learning outcome. Okay, so paano ipapasok natin, sir, si micro-credential? So it will look like this in varied ways. Pwede na si isang learning outcome is equal to one micro-credential. Okay? So paano natin i-determine, sir, in the number of hours? Look at your syllabus. Pag sinasabi mo na si out of your 54, and that learning outcomes can be achieved in an 18 hours, then you can say that micro-credential or stackable course should comply of the 18 hours requirement. But again, in reality, it's not about duration. It's about achievement of the learning outcome. Na dapat, kung ano yung na-achieve na competency or skills in the micro-credential course, it should be the same. I will use the word the same. Kasi dapat hindi pwedeng less, no, to that learning outcomes in a degree program. Pwede rin, in another instance, na in one learning outcome, you will divide it into two or more micro-credential courses. Kasi nga, micro-credential. Familiar tayo, no? Bakit si micro-credential? It was actually anchored in an educational practice called micro-learning. No? Because research shows that the time for our students in terms of boredom to digital asset is getting lesser, and lesser. In my study years ago, pwede kang mag-video of 15 minutes. Hindi pa maboboard si estudyante. Now, 7 minutes. Don't make a lecture video with 7 minutes. Kasi on the 3 minutes now, mag-subside yung interest ni estudyante. Kaya at the end of the 7, wala, ida-drag na nila. Kaya mag-drag sila. Yung important items, hindi na nababasa ni estudyante. Anyway, so, pwede yung one learning outcomes can be, and again, divided by several micro-credentials. That's for a certain course. Pwede din pala na in one course, okay, in one course is equivalent to one micro-credential. No? So ito yung sinasabi ko na I was asking, have you gotten a Coursera certificate na 6 months? Kasi mga 3 units equivalency yan. Yung mga long term na from Coursera and some other MOOCs platform. Pwede din na in one MC can be anchored to several courses. Pwede din yan. So for example, this micro-credential course, pwede siyang i-accredit to a course 3 na elective. Okay? And then, itong MC6, pwede siyang i-accredit to elective, pwede din siyang i-accredit to specialization. Again, these are just examples on the available practices or mechanisms on micro-credential. I'll give you a very specific example. For example, at Silliman, we'll be offering masters in education, major in educational technology soon. We have a subject called EdTech 206, that's digital tools for research and publications. Before the offering, ang dami na namin training on digital tools. No? May master classes pa kami, nag-offer kami ng ganito, ganyan. Pwedeng stackable na yun, leading towards this before. So for example, looking at this example, if you will attend a training, or sasabihin natin the nomenclature lang is training, but it's a micro-credential course or a stackable course, pwede natin sasabihin na nag-attend ka ng isang training from school 1. No? For example, may topic dyan na data analysis, no? Using digital technology. Tapos, you attended another training na equivalent to 0.5. Still from school 1. For example, Silliman yan. school one. You attended another training, this time from the industry, no? For example, medyo mahaba-haba kasi usually si industry kasi they always provide it long term. Ayaw nila yung short kasi nga yung time nila unlike in the academic na pag sinabi kasi nilang training, talagang full blast out or away sila sa trabaho nila. So other provider, for example, this one unit. And then, nakakuha ka rin ng another training, which is 1 unit from school 2. So itong si school 1, si other provider 1, and si school 2 should be member in the network. Para magkausap sila na we can provide this kind of validation. So pag iisipin nyo talaga, the process of micro-credentialing is not new. It's like accreditation. It's like crediting a course, crediting a subject. For the administrator, department chair, di ba? Pag may new enrollee, tapos sasabihin, ma'am, pwede po mag-credit. O, saan mo nakuha ito? From school X. Tapos sasabihin, tatanungin, pa-ASCO ba ito? Accredited. Pag hindi pa-ASCO, repeat the subject. Pero pag pa-ASCO, okay, I will credit you. Parang ganun. There should be a network that will discuss each other to ensure quality of the micro-credential course. So the blue there or that box is the system that they need to work together. And that will provide there the process of micro-credential, the policy on equivalency, and the process or policy on the credit. And how the students will know, kailangan ng isang sistema. Ito na yung papasok si technology. No? Ito na yung papasok yung platform. Kailangan talaga ng platform. Hindi ito pwede the usual credit natin na, ay nasa policy natin yan, na pagpaas ko, okay, credit. Pag third year, ay hindi pwedeng mag-credit yan kasi third year. Dapat all third year subjects should be taken from the campus, from the university. Walang system, walang automated system. There should be an automated system. Because yung system, siya yung mag-accumulate forming into a degree program. Parang sa enrollment system natin, merong advising, tapos natitingnan natin yung online profile ng estudyante, makikita natin ano pang nakuha, anong wala, anong credit. So, papasok si certificates and badges. Kailangan ng platform, kailangan ng technology. So, yan ang sinasabi ni Canvas na secure, merong metadata, dapat mag-uusap si issuer, and then the granting. Sa atin kasi ang ginagamit natin terminology is the granting institution, di ba? Pag may mga program tayo na collaboration from different school, ang hihingi ng commission is the granting institution, meaning the diploma granting. Sinong magpo-provide? Kahit consortium siya, merong ma-identify na granting. So parang sa micro-credential, the technical term is issuer. Sino yung university na pwede? Kasi in a micro-credential system, pwedeng maraming schools ang mag-issue ng equivalency and mag-grant ng badge or certificate. My question? Anything that you would like to share? From the Zoom? Wala. Okay. Thank you. Okay. To move forward, there's a lot of challenges. I've been mentioning about there's challenges, even this morning. The literature is always telling two top challenges actually, no? Financials, the one because imagine degree program, tapos nakuha from other schools, tapos paano yung mga finances and financials. Let's help each other. I just want to get some opinion as we move forward. We came perhaps in a common denominator that we wanted to provide quality education and that we want to be innovative and that we want our students to be relevant in the future. Individually, think of a challenge, an issue, a problem, or limitation you anticipate. Not all of us are on the VP level, we can decide. Some of us need to talk also to our bosses and to our supervisors and let them understand what's this kind of innovation. Parang nag-deja vu ako nung time na we introduced online learning and many are resistant about online learning, what does distance learning and all these things. Hindi pa nga tayo naka-settle more or settle well in the flexible learning. Here comes this kind of innovation. So what do you think you anticipate, no challenges, issue, problem, or limitations you anticipate encountering in the process of designing micro-credentials in your respective schools? Para macro kasi yung literature namin, napaka-European na literature, kulang sa Pilipinas. Individually also, identify one feature that you would like to see in a stackable course or micro-credential program. For in-person, kindly write it in the meta cards. Steve will be distributing on the meta cards. While for the Zoom participants, Sir BJ will be sharing the Mentimeter link so that for the Zoom participant, please input your responses. One lang, one challenge, one issue. Ang bilis. Mas mabilis talaga pag sa Zoom, no? Kasi pwedeng copy and paste, search. Copy and paste, then search. Sige. So, si in-person, wag na lang munang tumingin, no cheating. Just think of a challenge, issue, problem, limitation you anticipate encountering in the process of designing micro-credentials. Sir, bakit naman traditional si in-person? Pwede naman kaming mag-menti din, di ba? Go! Go to the menti instead of writing. Okay. Thank you. Go to the menti. Tinignan kasi ng staff yung profile ng in-person. Sir, ang in-person, sir, baka ayaw ng menti. Sige, kindly, isa lang. Think of a challenge, issue, problem, or limitation you anticipate from your school setting. No, school setting, the nature that you have, the kind of people you have. Think of different reasons. No, in encountering in the process of designing micro credentials in your respective school. So it's either if you still love to write, no problem. But if you want to be innovative, so parang hindi innovative. So that's go to Menti, the number, can you move the para makita ang number? Okay, go to menti.com and then input 7248574. Sige, so, and then we can discuss later. So far, we have 7 responses: quality assurance, scope, accreditation, facilities, partnership building, infrastructure, quality module. May I request also our online participants to input financial stability, grab mental. I hope our Zoom participants will participate. Think of a challenge, issue, problem, or limitations you anticipate from your school, from your own setting and environment. We have 33 responses. So we have partnership building, grab mentality, change. I believe this is adaptation to change. Request ko sana kung pwede i-share ang presentation. Yes, all presentations will be accessible, no? Including the video recordings. What else? Traditional culture, facilities, lack of support, old mindset of admin, no? Crediting resources, attitude of learners, system, level of interest. Research shows our our learners now love to have micro learning. Yung pakunti-kunti, that your assessment is also pakunti-kunti. No? So again, we are bounded kasi ito kasi yung issue mo, we are bounded on depth order, memo, that there should be periodical test, there should be like this, no? So the level of interest, human resources, network, growth mentality, quality control, facilities, old laws, and CMO. This morning we heard about a lot of policies, lot of changes with the Commission Higher Education. Expect that there are revisions, there are superseding laws or CMOs to also promote micro-credentialing. As I mentioned, there are universities already that are aligning PQF leading towards a micro-credentialing system. The commission itself is actually promoting it, and as I mentioned, there is an inclusion of micro-credentialing in the Batang Magalang. Human resources, network, quality control, support of stakeholders. Yeah, that is why you have to establish network. We have to establish an ecosystem. We have to partner with industry for industry need, tailored to industry and what's that? Industry need, tailored and tatlo yun, di ba? There should be an industry. Dapat alam natin na kung saan pupunta yung estudyante natin upon graduation. So, kumbaga, ikaw as caretaker of the program, you know already who are or where your graduates will go. Quality of faculty, financial know-how, change, infrastructure, human resource, quality, badge. Accreditation is actually on the bigger font. That means many answered accreditation. Many answered also quality assurance. Many answered crediting of units because the font is bigger. Are we improving pa? Wala na. Okay na, 41. Sige. Statistically, okay na yan. Research the eye. Now, let's proceed to the second question and let's try to match. From the challenge, think individually. Next slide. One feature that you would like to see in a stackable course. One feature. Think like if you wanted to offer, let's say, a 0.5 micro-credential course, what do you want to have in that micro-credential course? From your school setting. For example, for Siliman, we have to make sure that there is 5 Cs, or there is whole person education in all stackable courses that you offer. Or that all stackable courses should should achieve should achieve one IGO, which is about a communicator or something, something like that. Think of a picture. Educational leadership, offline engagement, administration support, preciseness, LMS, statutory requirement, yes. Crediting, yes. Baka si lack of knowledge na ano lang to, na misplace. Number two na po, oo. Na misplace. Has output. Yes, has output. Well, has output, remember, may mga ano naman tayo, di ba? May mga topics na walang output. Let's just be realistic. Lahat bang discussions natin may output. So, siguro may output in the sense na embedded siya to the other topic to have more holistic output. As I mentioned, yung sabi ni Sir, 10 minutes, may output yun, Sir? Wala. It's just simply reading, most probably reading. And then a little Q&A, quiz, most probably, and others. No? Relevant, educational, qualifying exam is nice, no? Crediting, LMS, RPL. What's RPL? RPL? Oh yeah, yeah. Oo, dapat, no? And then adaptive system, assessment system, yes, can be utilized now. Educational. Okay, 18 responses. Reskilling of personnel. Yes, no? Kasi even instructional designing in a degree program and instructional designing in a micro courses mag-differ. No? Because when we design instructional material in a degree, like for an 18-unit subject or course, different siya when you design a 4-hour stackable course. So, faculty or teacher handling a micro-credential or stackable course should be familiar with instructional designing in a micro-learning environment. Micro-credentials, again, is rooted on the concept or theory on micro-learning. Yung very short, no? Yung 3-hour video mo, pwede mo siyang gagawing 7 seconds. Which is actually proven. Are you familiar with Nas Daily?
Yes.
You just imagine he can tell a story of an entire country in just 1 minute. That's micro-learning approach. Nas Daily, familiar? So, 1 minute lagi ng iyahang video, but very impactful. Because it's in the social media, it's online. And infrastructural oriented din kasi yan for the Philippines. Kasi paano, pag nag-upload ka ng 20 minutes, wala, hurot ng data mo. So dapat short lang. So, I mean, correlated siya with infrastructure, no? Especially in the Philippines. Kaya si Nas Daily, popular siya in the Asian countries, no? Si Nas Daily. And nag-boom sila in the Philippines, and then dahil lang sa one odd episode, because they are trying to offer a micro-credential night class. It's a master class of one odd. And they're trying to offer that online. That was the issue. Kaya naging ganun. No? We have 19 responses, creating offline. Offline engagement. So, offline engagement, especially for skill. No? Skills and the production of knowledge. May mga ganun naman talaga. No, especially like even in Coursera, if you want a verified certificate, there are some who will go or visit to a testing center just to validate certain skill. What else? Any I hope also our online participants has output, yeah, reskilling, preciseness, quality, qualifying. Sige. Let's try to process this and then let's try to come up what's gonna be our priorities. No? Priorities when it comes to mitigating the challenge, or priority you think the most or the highly challenging aspect when we implement micro-credential, and what's gonna be the topmost priority when it comes to a feature of a stackable course. Can we go back to the challenge? Uh, BJ, can you slide one? Slide one number. Can you show two slides? Okay. So looking at that, it's automated. I feel that number one really is on accreditation. No? It's on accreditation from the perspective as an institution or accreditation in terms of what? Who would like to give more what is meant by accreditation? That's the biggest point, meaning there are many who answered accreditation. Is it on when there is this accrediting agency and then you will say, do you allow this, something like that? From that perspective? Both? What do you mean both, man? Okay. Yeah. I imagine, let's say, for example, if there is an accrediting agency and then you said, oh, why did you allow to credit this? Do you have policies? Something like that. Yeah. Well, for sure, mga accrediting agency, time will come that they will be aware also of micro-credentialing, crediting. After all, crediting equivalency is anchored on a certain CMO. It still will go back to the institution. No, after all, it's institutional, and then the accrediting agency naman will abide whatever institutional policy. Just make sure that you are doing well on top of the minimum requirements. Yun naman lagi. Would it be recognized by the employers? This is a very good question. Ma'am, as I mentioned in the morning, many of our speakers said that micro-credentialing is popularized by companies, by industry. Matagal na si micro-credentialing there from the educational landscape, na popularize lang siya with employers. Kasi nga, yung problem, along duration of the problem of skill set mismatch. Kasi we cannot revise a degree program that very often. So ang gagawin natin is through micro-credential. But while they are taking students, you can offer short courses that by the time they will graduate, that is to respond to the skill set needed by the industry. Yes, ma'am. Many micro-credentials, for example, best practice in UPOU, many of their micro-credential courses are tailored, need, and based to industry. Meaning, they talk to industry, they talk to the employers, and then they offer these stackable courses because that is what the industry is offering. The one presented by Dr. Peter C. on AI, they need to offer micro-credential because there is no course or subject on AI in any degree program as a course, right? O, paano kung estudyante natin HR, tapos mag-AI na, fresh grad, walang idea on AI, on human resource. Alam nga, mag-enroll pa siya ng BSIT. No? So, kaya, offer tayo ng mga elective ng mga stackable courses. Hi, Ma'am Viola. Thanks for attending. Yeah. Aside from accreditation, quality assurance, I think very self-explanatory. No? That is why we have to learn from other countries about micro-credentialing. AKUCA, AKUCA, Association of Christian Universities and Colleges in Asia, already has a micro-credential program. Way back when I was the dean pa sa College of Computer Studies, that was introduced. When Coursera penetrated Asia, the AKUCA developed a program among the network. They agreed, many universities agreed that they are willing to credit. No, I remember before Sir Time, Dr. Malayan, and then we said, are we ready to be part of the micro credential? So matagal na actually si micro credential, but again, very network oriented. When I say that network is coming from different countries. Wala pa masyadong micro credential network from one organization. No? Ang best practice that we could get, UPOU, Mapua University, their micro-credential is industry-based, hindi yung network. Kasi sila lang eh. They network with employers. So, industry need, industry tailored, and industry based. They offer that. Then, they credit it towards the degree. Yes.
How do we structure the financial?
There are many best practices. That's our assignment, no? That's our assignment on how we structure on like how much do we pay this, no? For example, it's a fact na if you are in the NCR or in Metro Manila, mahal yung tuition nila. And what if our student here we enroll to this? It's always an issue, even if we have courses na attached to an industry, di ba? Mahal. So those are the things na many of the best practice you have to agree as a network. No? Agree as a network. And then if the issuer is from this university, may mga add-on. Kasi the issuer is this university.
Another, I think the most pressing issue would be since micro credentials is world combination. How do we compete with other universities that are already higher, and if eventually our micro credentials will not be, nobody will enroll.
You want to answer that one? Okay. Sige. Next one. That's a good question. Hmm. As of the moment, there's no such organization who can recognize that this core or this institution is capable to offer. That's why we are here, because we wanted to establish a network. We wanted to establish a network. We wanted to develop our own set of policies and standards. And the long term is to put up an ecosystem, a Philippine-based micro-credentialing network. What is available actually is the one I cited, Akuta, which Seliman is a member. We offer it. It is offered here. But if the other students will enroll, or for example, the only problem is if same post student will enroll to an micro-credential Akuta base, it cannot be credited to same post. But if that student will enroll to a member school of Akuta and will enroll that leading to that degree, that can be credited. That's the point. There should be a network that you should be friends in that network so that you can agree that you can accredit and do some equivalency. Good afternoon. I was not aware that. Has Chet already formatted a PSG for micro-credential, or is there a need for the Chet memo to set the standard for micro-credential? There's no specific CMO yet, but there is this Philippine qualification framework. And there are many public hearings already. I personally attended public hearings on harmonization of the Philippine qualification framework and institutionalizing equivalency. Uh, I am positive, Dr. Torres, that sooner or later, once micro-credential will become a law and pass as a law, surely or for sure, OPST, the Office of Program Standards of CHED, will release a CMO that on how to implement micro-credential. When I was the president of PSI, the Philippine Society for IT Educators, we attempted we attempted to create our stand if we can credit Coursera-based certificates. But during the time, the commission is not yet, so hindi siya natutuloy. So here comes the time that the commission is very innovative nowadays, and sooner or later, there's going to be CMO into the implementation of micro-credential. Kasi, yun nga, kailangan i-regulate kasi there are schools, no? In the literature, there are schools that claim that they are doing micro-credential and walang standards. Magbabayad lang, okay na. No? Yung parang concept bitaw dati na, sir, pwedeng papasara sa subject, kagaya ng project. Get project, then, okay, submit a certificate that you attended, I'll give you 3 units, but you have to pay. So, the idea of Dr. Macan of drafting this micro-credential is anchored being the president of the association and with her engagement in other associations, there is a need to put something centralization, institutionalization of all the upskilling that we do. We attended several training, but at the end of the day, na-accredit ba yan or nakakuha ba tayo ng points dyan in simply attending a workshop into our performance or leading towards a degree? Di ba most of the time performance naman research, mga ganun, but when it comes to professional development, parang sarili or it should be coming from us. So parang the idea is, while in order to motivate our colleagues to attend upskilling, and marami pang mga colleagues na wala pang master's program or even PhD, maybe a school of the network institutions in ACSU, AUDRN could think of a program that can be anchored with the micro-credentials. Do we have to seek a permission from CHED to submit certain application to be able to offer micro? There's no, as far as the moment, I don't know any CMO requiring the schools to submit applications for micro-credentialing. Because after all, it's still an institutional strategy to innovate our program. That is why what is available document right now is harmonizing this kind, making sure that OPE is implemented and harmonized to the Philippine qualification framework. But the best way, to me, the best way to do it is you just have to make sure that the learning outcomes, when you develop stackable courses, the learning outcomes are still there, intact, even if you distributed it in different modalities or delivery. For the future, let's try to look at the future. What do you think is the priority? Slide 2. LMS, qualifying exam, networking, assessment, crediting of units, yes. These are actually, to me, these are basic. It's a feature you cannot run or you cannot implement a micro-credentialing system if without rescaling of personnel, without leadership, without quality. Qualifying exam can be add-on. Let's say, for example, duda ka, duda ka that this issuer is not doing good in the delivery, then that is why you will have a qualifying exam. That's actually an old crediting way in our degree programs, right? sometimes, or may mga schools talaga na they have a standard set of policies when it comes to crediting courses. Lack of knowledge, preciseness. I like preciseness. Yeah, clear policies, I think can mitigate crediting relevant. Okay. So any other things? I hope I'm giving you some inputs on how we can move forward on micro-credentialing and giving you a clearer picture of what micro-credentialing and how we can bring that back to our respective institution. So micro-credentialing is again not new, but it's very timely nowadays, especially of the sophisticated technology that demands different skill set available in the industry. The words coming from former Undersecretary Mon Ibrahim about mismatch, that's really true. Every time we met, he always mentioned about, oh, nag-hiring na naman of all the applicant. Wala talagang naipasa. No, tumawag na naman itong company. Walang pumasa. Kasi they need this kind of skill set. O sino bang schools nag-offer ng ganito? No? So, yeah. So hopefully we can discuss more in the breakout session. If there's no question, I will. Do we have question from the online audience? Okay na. Okay. So I end my collaboration exercise and hope that I inputted and process the inputs given by our respective speakers about micro-credential.
Thank you so much, Sir Dave. Now for our breakout session, we will have the main room here for our ASCO Visayas brief meeting and election of officers. To be moderated by Dr. Earl Jupo Cleope and to be assisted by Assistant Professor Alfie Arcelo. For the Philippine E-Learning Society organizational formation, you will meet at the adjacent room over there. And for our online participants, you will be redirected to our breakout room number 2. The moderator will be Assistant Professor Janice Antoinette Forster, to be assisted by Fred Lee Bobo, our faculty in charge of education and engagement. For Micro-Credential Network at the Global Study Center will be at the ground floor. And for our online participants, that will be in our breakout room number 3. This is to be moderated by Dr. Dave Marshall and to be assisted by Russell Ray Bashao, our manager for non-degree programs. So let's all meet in our respective rooms. And for our online participants, you'll be automatically redirected to your breakout room. And we also have snacks again available downstairs for our on-site participants. You might want to get your snacks first before you go to your respective rooms. Get coffee break. Yes, you can take your snacks first. And 10 minutes. And by the way, for those who has not scanned our Canva attendance, we do need more participants to please scan the attendance. Even for our online participants, the link will be posted in our chat box. Thank you so much for your support.
Si Alfie, ako nag-iingandaan. Ikuan na ako ay pa-identify nga access to. Hindi, okay na. I've done this already. Member man ka? I've done this already. Christine, nangingita. Siya na. Ikaw na lang. Oh, pwede. Sir. Yes, ma'am. Attendance mo na ako. Sabi ko. Ako. Ay. Sige lang po. Sige. Dapat he should be there. I-orient na. I-orient na lang. Copy muna tayo. Tayo lang naman, di ba? Di ba? Unless there are online attendees. Di ba mayroon? Marami sila. Ito kadamo, bigay sa ako mga tinapoy. Happy naman ka, ma'am. Ito nga ako na lipstick ko na pasko. Halong-halong. Oh, bro, paano sa'yo? Bro, paano man sa'yo? Ah, dahil nasabi na ka mo. Sila pa lang. Kung sa school, abi ah. 1, 2, 3, mga apat, ito yung pagkapiyaw. Mag-abot ko na, hanggang mga 9 o'clock after lunch, tapos mga alas 3, tapos mga alas 5. Pero wala ka na yung sugar, wala. Black lang. It's earlier pa. Oo. Kita mo gabi. Kita mo gabi, wala man nangyari upod. May online. Ang trustee, pwede. Si Juan, si President, nila si CEO.
anak ko sa last month ko, nagkuha sila ni Papa niya sa multicab, diri ba sa Dumaguete, order si Jonah kung banak. Ay pagpakain, lagi yan ang kay Papa niya nga after nag-drive sa mga tubo siya nanay, halay layo, ba isang Dumaguete ko i-drive. Ano rin mo, deliver from Cebu. Oo, from Cebu. Oo. Dili na kami sa nakakuha. Tapos nag-drive na kamo ito pabalik sa Capiz. Balo pila ito makalito. Na inang daw sirado sa mga mga tanan. Oo, kasi nagamit na sa isang akong bana. Pastor na sa from my business. Ano pastor akong bana sa service ganda. Dali kayo niya business sa ano ba yung pagtakon sa mga lines sa ano fiber subong. Ay nag-watch sa multi-gamit na pasakyan sa mga tao ba nagana nga gusto bullshit. Oo. Kaya mo isang third party. Okay, nagabakal kasi naman sa China, nagiya nga makalinya. At siya nagatakot sa mga building, masulod sa mga globe, mga amo na. O, ay ba nisip ba ito, mo, one of mo network na yan. Nag-connect sa globe siya ka-connect. Kabakal kasi siya linya, nga siya nagatakot sa mga building. Sa mga building, sa mga dito sa amo, wala masay ko. O, ay kung di na mo tamo, kami pa sa mga school, tapos kumutang sa isonet, na ano niya lang. Ay na mo tamo, kasi may mga bata, hindi pa may pagpapandemic online. And this isonet, kulong-kulong lang sa may internet, sila sa putok-putokan, sila sa bukid. Amo na. Tamo. Pagkuhan pa, pag-pandemic, sa mga estudyante, nana, dahil sulit sa tubong. Episonet na nga, yung piso, 5 minutes. Pasa, na. Dahil nang kuhan, ang sige na mo among secure, ay hindi pa kita mo tawag secure high, 15 minutes na mo, kaya mga lumipas na sa pandemic, 2,000 na secure high, lang subok ni one po na nakamon, ito ka mo sa 32 classrooms. Kaya mo si senior high na building, 32 classrooms, kaya ko lang sobra, magagamit niya ang college, sila ang report sa college. basta lang kasi ako na kung gusto naman kasi libre mo na ako. Smart. Oh, oh. Actually, nagkambal ko, kaya manamit mang ginamit. Although ito ang ginamit ko, although mahal short ko parang sa iba, pero wala na ito niya. Wala ito gihapon sa market na sir. Kasi ang mga magalanan, hindi siya mura nila kung si Q. Na, oo, sige na rin. Amon,
Meron tayong position. Diba? At saka, yeah. Balik sa everyone is on the land. Just write to me. Kasi I'm sure a lot of the Visayas will enter. But siling ko, take a look at the list. Then, just be sure. Kasi paano mo malaman Visayas? Sabi ko, first, private school talaga siya kasi hindi pwede yung state. Second, anyway, we will be able to see. Simple. We'll elect, open nomination, and then by former President of this of CTU. That we finish. Sana ba sila the university mission? From time to time. Visit.
Nakakarinig sila.
Oh.
Ah, okay.
Ayun, nalilipin ako. Sa
So it's more photogenic.
oh,
Good.
Sir, dito ka. Alfie, we're good? And then na kayo makita na nagkuhoy. Nagkuhoy ba yung name mo? Pag nagkuhoy, ipa-admit na wala ma-register. Ang presidente na sa CPU.
Ako lang, ako pa.
Yes. Grace, Ma'am Grace, mag-join siya. Ay, taga-asa siya. Okay, are we going to start na? Wala pa? We call the meeting naman to order and then he can join us even a little bit late. Ma'am Lulin, no? Grabe. Grabe si Ma'am Lulin. Instant report. Grabe. Gawin natin siya Secretary National. Ma'am Alvin, akin ba? Ay, sige. Pakitingin, baka may ano tayo, baka may mga, you know, kasi wala namang institutional to ano. Basta nag-uwi ang Pilino eh, kasunod. Can we make an announcement sa unassigned? Those who are member schools of AXCO, please join breakout room number 1. Can you do that so that they will join? Attention, member schools of AXCO Visayas, please join breakout room number 1. Oh, hello. Okay. Okay, good. Good afternoon, everyone, and I now open the Assembly of the Visayas Zone. And we'd like to remind all those who are joining us online, if you are a member of the AXCO Visayas, kindly join breakout room number 1. Breakout room number 1 for the AXCO Visayas meeting. Okay, so since we are now in, I think we could say all in a quorum because we have almost all the officers except for our representative from Region 8 and our representative from Sikihor. All the officers from the vice to the secretary, treasurer, and all the representatives are all here. So today, we will treat on a very important matter, and that's the first item in our agenda, and that is to elect. Is he ready? Not yet? Okay. We proceed with our next item. What are, what is the plan? Yeah, just tell me, just tell me. Anong plano gid natin? So, Ma'am Joy, and then Doc Minnie and Doc Lolene and Sir and Ma'am Zani can just say your piece. Sige. I hope all the members of AXCO Visayas kindly just chat so that we will know if you're around, and automatically Ma'am Alfie can sense that. Does that include already their institutional affiliation when they don't come in? Not yet. So please indicate your name and your institutional affiliation as soon as you are in breakout room number 1. Okay. Sige. All the officers, we have to speak. Let's start with Ma'am Joy. Ano gid ang suggestion, ang plano? What are our next? What do you think? Anong gagawin? This is just our, ano,
Maybe we will plan about next. So, yung national kasi sa June, i-present mo yung kung saan ang ating ang ating venue ng national convention kasi Visayas na ang next for 2025. So dapat maano natin. My suggestion, because last time it was in here in Region 6, there in Region 6, probably if it is feasible, we can do Leyte kung okay lang. But if it is too difficult to go there, 1 year pa naman. So, saan, diin kita tumam sa Leyte sa Maasins. Oh, so we can, they can prepare anyway, it's 1 year pa naman. Okay? And regarding our zonal, si Ma'am si Ma'am Nanangoro Janet ang mahambal sa suggestion about our zonal plans. Zonal activities. Since our schedule will be for the national is June, right? June 3rd. June 1. Yeah, I think it's June 10 to 12. Yeah. And the president for Region 6 and 7 will be delivering his report. So we will enrich our reports and also we'll do something in a way that for the member schools, we'll bring our, if some of the member schools do not come, for example, or that sometime they don't have opportunity to come. We officers, I suggest, will be the one to go to them. So by we look for means in a way that we can conduct activities for them to, for example, to host like Negros Occidental alone or Kabangkala or Bacolod to Kabangkala, Iloilo to the whole of Panay, and here in Occident Oriental, and another somewhere in Leyte. So if you can go like caravan activities, and then we will we will conduct some seminars. Yeah. Tama. And it will be like hosted by a certain AXPO school, and the school will invite also
other schools nearby, I suggest we will do something about it. Na like, if we have what will be our strength, for example, you can give them services for free. So it depends on, ano, yeah. And then we can find, yeah, trainings for teachers, for example. That's what I actually, yeah, retooling our teachers, our acts to schools. Yeah. Yeah, for example, our strength, what would be our strength? For example, the strength ng Siliman is like on educational technology. We will just very simple training, for example, on how to apprise the teachers or retool the teachers when it comes to their presentation, PowerPoint presentation. For example, kami sa CPU, my skill is on conducting, how to construct like, objective tests as instruments for evaluation, then I can do sa kanila. Diba? For example, si Mami, anong strength ninyo? And sila, sir. So that's just a suggestion. We'll go to them so that we will, it's awakening. Pamukaw. Okay?
Thank you, Ma'am Janet. Sir? Maybe we can encourage those schools na hindi na active sa Visayas kasi we have one sister school in Valladolid who is no longer active. So I encourage them to, as what Sir Pat told me, that they're going to send a letter of intent for their reactivation. So maybe we can follow up those schools so that they will be active again sa ACS. Thank you, sir. So we welcome our colleagues who are joining us online. As reported by Ma'am Alfie, we have around 28 participants online. So just Ma'am Alfie, give them the instruction to kindly turn on your webcam. If you can even lang wala mo yung makeup and then so that we'll be able to see you, and then your institutional affiliation. So, okay, thank you very much. Yes. Okay, so in our discussion, the first thing that Ma'am Joy has expressed is the Visayas zone will be hosting the next National Assembly by 2025 because it's already announced that the National Assembly for 2024 will be hosted by South Luzon and NCR, and that will be in the University of Asia, University at the University of the Philippines in Bagong Silang, Cavite, somewhere June 10 to 12. So prepare na mo. So pagka 25 ang host, and the initial suggestion is from Ma'am Mini. So Dr. Reverend Zuriel, watch out. We'll try that it will be in the College of Maasin. So not anymore Dr. Jempo, I think he's also joining us. Not only zonal, but now national. So with a side trip to Siargao. Ano mo? Or Limasawa. Limasawa Island. Kasi it's the time of the summer. So pwede ang alon. Okay. And then from Ma'am Janet, siling niya na, sabi niya, ingon siya, that, and even Sir said, John Gray, that it's time to reactivate and revitalize AXCO Visayas. So what we intend to do will be, we will be doing some caravan by island. And so I'll be writing, we'll just put this into a resolution, that we will seek support from national to at least fund the transport. Mag-van lang tayo and then we'll just coordinate. So I think the best place to start is the place where the proponent comes from. So Ma'am Janet and Ma'am Mini will take care of kahit dyan lang sa Iloilo and sa Rojas in the area kasi around 2 hours lang naman yan. So if there will be schools that we will be passing along the way, we certainly will just communicate. And then after that, we can probably do the Bacolod, Kabangkalan area. And then kay kami diri sa Oriental, Tayasan, Siliman, Raman. And then maybe we can do Cebu and probably Maasin. So let's just have a tentative program. So well noted, and then part of that, we will just let Ma'am Janet prepare the activities that we will be having. Okay, so yun. Unless you have suggestions, please go to the chat box so that we will be able to recognize you. But at this point, the next item, I wonder if Dr. Dagohoy is now in the room. Dr. Dagohoy, we would like to welcome the new president of Central Philippine University. Dr. Dagohoy, can you please turn on your camera? Or just say something, sir, so that we can welcome. Okay? Yes. But he's joining us online, sir. Can you say something? Why? There. Okay. Sa field. Okay, so yes, so see, welcome, sir. Okay, so at this point, we will now have the special election for the term of Trustee President Robles, who has retired. And so we need to fill out the spot to finish the term as a trustee. So I now open the floor for nomination for that position of trustee for the Visayas. Do I hear a nomination from the on-site and online? Yes, Ma'am Janet is recognized.
Yeah, I nominate the new president of Central Philippine University, Dr. Ernest Howard Agoy, to take the place of Dr. Robles.
There is a nomination. Dr. Dagohoy is nominated. Do I hear a second? Duly seconded by Doc Mini. Okay. Any other nomination? Do we hear nomination from the floor, on site, and online? John Ray, there is a motion to close the nomination by Dr. John Ray, duly seconded by Doc Mini and Ma'am Joy. Do I hear objections or even emoticons and emoji of objections online? Having here and having seen none, so the motion is carried. So automatically, Dr. Dagohoy is now elected as our trustee for the Visayas. Okay. Wala nang isusulat si Ma'am Alfie. We just take note of the attendance. Thank you, Ma'am Alfie. All right. So at this point, is there any to finish the term until 2025, until we have the election in 2025? Left. Okay. So for the Visayas, we have Trustee Zuriel Tiempo and Trustee Dagohoy. Okay? All right. Sige. So, do we have any other business? Ma'am Joy?
If during our national convention, the Visayas group will meet even in
10 minutes or 15 minutes so that we can know each other. And then, okay, yes, now.
Sige, we will, in the agenda, we will try to have a breakout session just before the assembly. As we arrive in Adventist University of Asia, at the Philippines, I will just request the VPAA or the president to give us a venue that we can meet at least 10 minutes or 15 minutes before the actual registration so that we will know each other now. Kasi we've seen your names, but we request sana unta na ipakita ang ating mga mga faces, so that we will be able to. So the one you see here are all officers and members here on site joining the AXCO assembly. So yeah, so there are now 41. Ma'am Lulin is asking, is the representative from Quezon Institute, may we know the name of the, for record purposes? Because technically, Ma'am, the president is also an officer, Ma'am Dr. Quezon. So, do we know if the representative from Quezon Institute? And Ma'am Dober, Region 8, representative. Ma'am Dober, are you around also? Please open your, say hello or just say hi. Oh, nawala. Oh. So from Quezon, representative from Quezon and Dober. What's the name of the institution? Can you remember? Okay. Dr. Chempo is from College of Maasin. He has registered. What is that? There's something popping on screen. Wala ito. Wala na to. Okay, sige. Alright, so order of the day is to have a caravan first in the Iloilo, Rojas area, and then that will be our model. Ma'am Janet will just schedule sa atong free time because I know Ma'am Janet. Of course, lalo na si Doc Mini. But anyway, we can fit our schedule. Yeah, we can always fit our schedule. Sige. So, is there any other business or topic that you'd like? So noted in the National Assembly, come June 10, 11? June 10, 15 minutes before the time, we will have a brief meeting in the venue at AUP. That is the, so we will just meet there and just huddle to get to know the Visayas group. So we would like to have more representations, okay, the same faces that we always see wherever we go in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Si Sir Pat. Oh. And maybe from the members online, there is a request from our treasurer that if please kindly, if there's a new president in your institution, just update us or Ma'am Lulin. I think you have received the email blast from Ma'am Lulin, and maybe you can update if you have a new school principal or a new school head, and contact information, email, and even telephone number, cell, so that we will be able to update. But based on the things, we thought that we were not heard, but now that we have around 28, not to 24, it's a good indication that Ay, may chat, may ara chat. Can you, Ma'am Alfie, Professor Alfie, can you please open the chat in the chat box? Is this in our breakout room for us? Wait, 32 participants, oh? The chat is not for breakout room. Okay, we stand corrected. We sit corrected. So, dili sa amo? Okay. This is nice. First time I'm presiding a meeting ingon ani. Labi ra mo pud ay. Mas dagan ang online kaysa onsite. Kunya ang onsite puro officers. 44 daw tayo. Oh, ayos. All right. So wala na. Pera pa. I'm also, yeah, I promised them a surprise, but I'm also surprised. I will try to call, but I'm also surprised. Anyway, yeah, I promise. May ara pa, so many opportunities. Yes. Ayun, of course. Nakita na ko diya. Oh, now I have an idea. This is to Fab Lab. Diba? We have our Fab Lab here. So, kana, pwede po na. Anyway, do we have anything from the online participants? Any concerns? We're waiting up to the count of 5. If there's none, we go back and yes, I probably would seek a motion to adjourn so that we can go back to the convention proper. There's a motion, duly seconded. I'm sure there are no objections. Thank you very much. Our assembly is now officially over. Congratulations. Yeah. And we will have a picture, of course, for the weekly and the net news. I'm sure Aaron will write a very good article for this. This is probably a meeting that he also, his first time.
Natalantar na. One, two, three, smile. Okay, next. This is for the website. Ready, one, two, and one more, one, two, and second pa. Yes. Tulong pending. Yes. All right, ready. One, two, and one more, and Okay, ready. Okay, one, two, and one more. Last na good. Good. Ready. One, two, and one more, and perfect.
For those for those who has not scanned the QR code for Canvas attendance, let me reiterate, we need your participation in this. And once again, for our online participants, the link for the attendance will again be posted in our chat box. Thank you. Yes. Okay, everyone as well, please settle down so that we can end our program on time. So I guess we'll start our closing ceremony. So for the induction of our newly elected PELS Visayas officers, may I call on, yes, Ma'am Janice Forster.
May I request the newly elected officers for Region 7 to please be in front, and also those who are elected and joining us online to also switch on their camera and let's and please ask the technical team to press to go to the next slide. Once again, may I request the newly elected officers to be in front. The newly elected officers for Philippine E-Learning Society Region 7. I request Jansin to join us here in front. We're just waiting for one more member to join us. Once again, Mr. John Sin Palama. May I request you to raise your right arm and follow me? I state your name. Do solemnly swear to uphold the principles and objectives of the Philippine E-Learning Society or PELS, and to faithfully discharge the duties of my position as for the Region 7 chapter. I pledge to adhere to the PELS bylaws and policies, ensuring integrity and compliance in all my actions. Support the programs and activities of PELS, actively contributing to the advancement of e-learning practices in the academe and industry, at the local level, providing valuable resources and opportunities for our members. Establish and maintain a formal and sanctioned structure for interaction and exchange of ideas within the chapter, promoting collaboration and innovation. Promote growth and awareness about e-learning, advocating for its effective use in education and industry within our region. Act as a base for recruitment, welcoming new members and fostering a sense of community and belonging within our chapter. Commit to leadership development, nurturing the skills and talents of our members to ensure the continued success and sustainability of PETS. I take this oath voluntarily with full understanding of the obligations and responsibilities. May I fulfill my duties and dedication, professionalism and integrity for the betterment of e-learning in our region and beyond. Thank you so much. And let's give them a round of applause.
Photo officers for new elected. Technical team, can we please remove the slide at the back and then change it to the Zoom or Zoom participant, the newly elected officer from our online. There you go.
Thank you and congratulations once again. Dr. Dave Marshall will talking about where we are going after this. Moving forward with micro-credential network.
Very quickly, just to have an onset where we are going after this seminar. When we crafted the idea of micro-credentialing, we are actually confronted that many of our teachers need to be upskilled. This morning and in the afternoon, we heard several perspectives and several lens of definitions of micro-credentials, industry-based, network-based, school-based, and many strategies and modalities of micro-credentialing. This project that Siliman is leading is anchored in the idea that we wanted to upskill, retool, and rescale our faculty, and that we wanted to provide quality education so that our students will be ready in the workforce. The faculty development, while we are upskilling, rescaling, and retooling our colleagues, it is also helpful for them to develop for future accreditation and future credentialing towards or leading into a degree program. And that's the project on the designing and implementation of micro-credentialing in higher education institutions. Next slide, please. In the next 2 years, Siliman, together with the network institutions, will be establishing a network, the micro-credentialing network, formulate a framework, policies, and implementing guidelines, develop our own online information system for micro-credentialing, and soon, in the next year, we'll be offering pilot courses with credential certificates and badges. Next slide. So what are the expected outcomes? We expect to have our network. We expect to have some publications related to micro-credentialing, a handbook of policies and guidelines that each member institution could replicate, duplicate, revise, and implement at their own way and their own strategies, develop an online portal, and deliver pilot courses. Next slide. So we invite partners and collaborators to share our commitment to enhancing the quality of teaching and learning. There are several levels of contributions that we are calling from the member institutions of ACSCU, AUDRN, and all those schools who are here in terms of, next slide, next slide. Contribution to network establishment, policy and framework formulation, technical support, contribution to pilot courses, dissemination and advocacy, research and publication. In terms, next slide, in terms of contribution to network establishment, next slide, uh, we need experts. We need sharing of resources and experiences to create a robust and collaborative network. Next slide. In terms of policy, there is already a technical working group, and maybe your school is part of this. I can attend this technical working group, but surely this is coming from ACSCU and coming from AUDRN is from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao representation to act as a technical working group to develop or formulate the policies, framework, and implementing guidelines. Next. Next slide. So technical support, especially those who are offering IT in your school. Perhaps if there are developers, let's try to brainstorm also on how we can develop our own credentialing system that can be duplicated in our own or respective institution. Next slide. And contribution to pilot courses next year. Part of the project will start upskilling our colleagues, our teachers. We will pilot, and part of the pilot is Silliman University to anchor on a degree program, a master's degree program at Silliman University. Partners are encouraged also to contribute courses and expertise. Dissemination and advocacy. Let's start and continue the discussion, continue curiosity about micro-credentialing. There's a lot and there's so much to learn about the process. In our breakout, we talk a lot about as a strategy because if we will wait for the network, it will take time. We have to talk to the academic council, but we can start the first mechanism to integrate it in our own school. Sometime April, there will be another free seminar which is on incorporating equivalency in our syllabus, like the one that we shared. How can we put in our syllabus if we want our student to enroll into a Coursera or into another stackable courses, incorporate it as a teaching strategy. I will be showing to you the calendar. Next. These are the expected activities. Sometime or towards the end of February, we'll be having an MOU. It's not a. It's an MOU for those willing institutions. Our president will be writing letters to your president to be part of that network. Well, obviously, if that's from ACSCU or if that's from AUDRN, obviously it's just an annex of our partnership. Because it's an MOU, it's just an understanding of a future agreement on the possible contributions that you can do to the network. And then sometime by March also we'll be offering a seminar workshop on the one that I mentioned on how to incorporate equivalency strategy in our own syllabus. And then capacity building, and we hope to deliver and come up with a policy on micro-credentialing. Next slide. On the second year of the project, uh, expect a series of workshops and seminars on instructional designing specific to micro-learning or micro-credentialing, but of course in hybrid modality, not the traditional, because as mentioned in micro-credentialing, online is the most popular and the most used modality for micro-credentialing, especially with our geography also. No? Development of stackable courses will be inviting experts from different member institutions and establishment of online micro-credential system. Expect also that next year, part of the grant is to find scholars, faculty scholars who will be attending the upscaling, rescaling, and retooling of Silliman, leading towards a credential master's degree program. Okay, just to plug in nila, the master's degree program na i-anchor yung micro-credential is the Master of Arts in Education, major in Educational Technology, as part of the pilot course for the micro-credential. But of course, no one could stop if we want to, or if your school wanted to part of the network and offer a PhD program of a micro-credential degree program. Once again, let's not detach ourselves that the intention of this project is for faculty development. There's many perspectives, again, on micro-credential, industry, undergrad, because we wanted to provide skill set, but ours is to improve for professional development with our colleagues or with our co-teachers, faculty, and others. With that, next slide, daghang salamat, and we hope to see more in the future, because while the project is only for 2 years, but we wanted to have long-term effect and to sustain, to have more conferences and conventions that focus on strategies, innovations in micro-credential, and more schools, not only Silliman, will be part or will offer a credential degree program. So, daghang salamat.
Thank you so much, Sir Dave. Now, to formally close our program, may I call on the Dean of the College of Computer Studies, Assistant Professor Joy M.D.
Jen Dewey, philosopher, psychologist, and education reformer said, if we teach today as we taught yesterday, we rob our children of tomorrow. Guests from the Association of Christian Schools, Colleges, and University, Visayas Schools officers, newly elected PELS Visayas, PELS Region 7 officers, esteemed guests on site and online, a warm afternoon greeting from the campus by the sea, Silliman University. Thank you all for participating in today's micro-credential seminar. Your enthusiasm and engagement made it a success. Remember to apply what you've learned from all the talks shared from the morning until this afternoon with the breakout sessions. And don't hesitate to reach out Dr. Mariano Lau Global Studies Center if you have any further questions or need assistance. Would you agree with me that elevating skills through micro-credentialing innovation, actually I just quote this from this shirts at the back, is a strategy that would enable us to not rob our students of tomorrow? If yes, keep growing, keep learning, and let's continue to inspire each other. Until next time, take care and best wishes in your journey ahead and safe travels to those who are going to leave the city after this event. Mayong hapon.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Joy. So before we go to our official photo op, we would like to request everyone to please do the evaluation for this event. So another QR code is posted here. And for our online participants, I think a link will be placed in our chat box as well. Yeah, you may move closer. It says, need permission. Naka-restrict daw. Is it the same with our online participants who got the link? Okay. We'll work on that. Maybe perhaps we'll do. Yes. You please edit. It should be for everyone. Okay, how about that? We place the new link online. Okay, now, thank you. Serious cleanup art daily because this will determine how effective you are. While waiting for the rest to finish, let's first start off our photo op with our online participants. So may I request those who are online to please turn on your webcam. We'll do them first because there's like about 5 slides or frames.
One, two, three, smile. Okay now. Thank you. Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay, since we can no longer hear any instructions here, is the photo op online done? Sir Fred?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So now it's your turn. So may I request the ladies perhaps to take the seat? Sige po. Yes, everyone, please.
Perfect. Really balance. Really balance. Can we have the ladies move this side? Let's move this side. Taas nga Victoria. All right, ready? Picture goes at BJ. Okay. Ready? Taas. All right. 3 more. Ready? 1, 2, ready? 1, 2, and fire. Okay. One more. More.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. So we are going to be serving dinner downstairs. Once again, this is Orieli Samaipa signing out.